What we do here is go back.
Hello everyone, how are we all? I'm very well, I thank you for asking.
They updated what they were. Sorry, Kev. Hello. So just just made a thing with chat. Yeah. So I don't know if you heard about this, Kev, but Bristol University have been cancelled by the right wing for updating their graduation ceremony last year.
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only been picked up now this year. A year later, it's been picked up because the Sun need a story, right?
Well, yeah, culture war. Yeah, culture war. Yeah, absolute nonsense. As always. Yeah. Yes. I think a bigger story, right? The big story of the day. And we can consider this, I think, a kind of any matters arising from our previous show on Thursday, where we watched Question Time, didn't we, with Johnny Mercer.
We did, yeah.
Who's the Veterans Minister. So a minister specifically for military veterans in the Department of Defence. Hang on a second, I need to share the screen with you. 1 second. Who last year, as Veterans Minister, took time off from Armistice Day to appear on a reality TV show.
How patriotic of him.
How patriotic and how totally not corrupt as fuck he is. What a lovely guy. And then this adorable snippet, because we apparently live in the blooper reel at the end of British history. Johnny Mercer, who Rishi Sunak appointed, blah, blah, blah. The programme also saw him smoke a roll-up cigarette that had been smuggled into his cell in another inmate's anus.
Textbook.
Putting, smoking it down to the butt into real perspective, I feel. I mean,
As you do.
Amazing. Yeah, he took part in a sort of fake prison reality show instead of, doing his fucking job that the public pay him to do. And smoking bomb cigarettes. So, that's lovely stuff.
Go. The things he does for his country, right?
Exactly. He did that because he was patriotic and proud. What a lovely man. And if you want to fund my bomb cigarettes, I don't smoke anymore. You can hit the follow button and subscribe and do bits messages and all of that. And you can.
Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah, go on. I was gonna let you do your bit. Go.
I was just gonna say, I was in the middle of I was in a segment when I got loads of donos, but so thank you, Mad Monk, for the membership, Cherry Bakewell for the 10 gifted, and £10 for the Ribena Fund from Mithril. Much appreciated, all three of you, for the contribution. I apologise for not getting to you for like 20 minutes because that's how long ago that those gifts were done.
Oh, nice.
Which you can do. Other people can also do those things if they want to. And a Prime sub from El Baroni. Thank you for throwing your Bezos box my way this month.
Nice. Nicely done. Thank you, Lord Fritos, for resubscribing. With 39 months you've been with me. There's a lot of months. There's too many months. Seek assistance. Okay, so being as it's Saturday, who doesn't like a bit of football on a Saturday?
Absolutely.
Right?
Soccer Saturday.
Indeed. And Joey Barton's decided to be sexist, but sexist to who, Chris Kamara? Women, specifically just women. Yes, Joey Barton. Now, most people, I think, in the audience will be thinking, who the fuck is that? I've never heard of this freak. And that's fair enough. He wasn't a particularly great footballer. He played for a million different teams, and I think he got one cap for England, which is just a disgrace. Sven-Goran Eriksson should be deeply ashamed of himself. Anyway, and has subsequently had a very unsuccessful, very short-lived career as a manager post-playing career. Also, just to poison the well, fuck it, he battered his wife. That's a thing that happened.
Did he?
He did indeed, yes. The case was thrown out because it was deemed, because of press interference, he couldn't get a fair trial. That is not, you may notice, innocent.
No, so he was. So there was a case in which he was accused of it.
Yeah.
There was no conviction because of press interference. So he's not been convicted, but
he has not been convicted. But I mean, he was accused of, with apparently eyewitness testimony, holding his wife down by the throat and kicking her in the head in the street.
How lovely.
Lovely man. And his career ended because of a gambling charge as well. So, lovely man. Lovely man. Very, very much a person you want to go to in terms of ethics.
His brother is a murderer, yeah.
His brother is also a murderer, yes. But again...
Not just any old murder, a racially motivated murder.
Yes, which, I mean, puts the fact that he played for Rangers Football Club into a little perspective. Considering they like to sing about how they've waded in people's blood and do Nazi salutes in the stands and stuff. You know, just typical stuff. Very, very, very cool.
Upstanding citizen.
Yeah. So, I mean, he will be complaining during all of this that he can't get work in the media because of the WOMs. The WOMs are taking all of the jobs in football now, apparently.
It's not that he's it's not that he's like an absolutely fucking rancid human being.
Right? No, it's not.
Not that he's a putrid individual, a fucking cockroach in the sewers of society.
No,
it's because of the WOMs. It's
because those darned women's. Yes, and the fact that he's a boring cunt. Although that hasn't stopped all people.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think that he's boring. I think that he's definitely the opposite of that, but not in a good way.
No, I mean in terms of his football analysis. As a human being, he's relatively entertaining. But the reason that he can't get work doing commentary is because he's boring as shite. Although again,
he's commentary shit, yeah.
That is not universally applicable because I remember being tortured by David Pleat, mispronouncing the name of Yossi Benayoun 5 different ways during one match.
Not even. Who's like the famous like Sky News commentator?
Andy Gray?
Yeah, Andy Gray. Like Andy Gray is not good.
Not
and
really.
He's been there forever. No, like
Andy's another sexist as well, of course.
Yeah, he's also another sexist. Give me a John Motson or Jonathan Pierce any day of the week.
Oh, Jonathan Pierce is badass. Yeah, love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan Pierce is the best. I mean, he's so good they got him for Robot Wars, isn't it?
Oh, he did do Robot Wars. Good call. I forgot about that. He did do Robot Wars. He got
both the old ones and the new ones. He's the only person who's been a feature of every single season of Robot Wars that's ever happened.
He's the OG of Robot Wars.
He is the OG because even during the Jeremy Clarkson, the Craig Charles, and the Dara O'Brien presenting era, he was always the person doing the commentary.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's badass. He's been doing it for like 20 years then. Jesus Christ.
He has been doing it for 20 years. Yeah.
Yeah, that's mad. Yes, so Joey Barton, like I say, just a piece of shit. That's worth bearing in mind during all of this. And he's now... he pretended for a little while to be quite left-wing, didn't he?
I mean, look at this. I've got a clip from Question Time. I've just popped in your Twitter DMs.
Oh, okay. Oh, we can have a look.
He was on Question Time in 2016, 2015, 2015.
Is this the one where he was mildly misogynistic while pretending to be on the left?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's exactly the clip that I've just given you.
Beautiful. So this was him trying to attack UKIP, right? The United Kingdom Independence Party, far right, Nigel Farage, etc., etc., and did so in just the most needlessly passive misogyny way possible. He's a genius.
Actually, the mainstream political parties are sitting up and take notice, but all you represent to me as UKIP is the best of a bad bunch. So if I'm somewhere and there was 4 really ugly girls, I'm thinking, well, she's not the worst, because that's all you are. That's all you are to us. That's all you are.
What are you doing? Joseph, what are you doing? It's so like, and because he's such an ignorant twat, he doesn't even realise what he's saying is like really messed up. People are literally laughing at him in the audience. Jesus Christ! Oh God!
Honey, pause. Quote from Ricky: he stubbed out a lit cigar in youth player Jamie Tandy's eye after he caught Tandy attempting to set fire to his shirt. Barton subsequently apologised for his actions and was fined £60,000. Is that Joey Barton or is that Michael Barton, the murdery brother? Is that a Joey Barton thing at that age?
That must be, because his brother wasn't a footballer, so it must have been him. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
And he does have a repeated pattern of violent behaviour. You know, he's a very violent man.
It's Joe Barton. Fucking hell.
He stubbed a cigar and he's like, why is he smoking a cigar as a professional footballer? That's mental. That's really mental.
Just espoused by this gentleman here. He basically fulfills the mission, doesn't he, that footballers' brains are in their feet. Well, because he's absolutely proved that to me tonight. What an offensive thing to say, Mr. Barton.
Okay, well, maybe you do. Maybe you do, but all I'm saying is...
I'd see, this is back in the time when UKIP still pretended that they cared about things like misogyny, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you follow much Australian politics, Kev.
A little bit, yeah.
But what's really weird is because the Liberal Party are like called the Liberal Party.
Yeah.
Like the neoliberals.
They are indeed the National Liberals, yes.
Yeah, they get away with pretending that attacks against them are being done for IDPOL reasons, right? They've not totally given up the IDPOL.
Yeah.
And because the ALP are slightly more of a Labourist party than our Labour Party are, right? They kind of run this, they're just like old-headed union leader type stuff.
Yeah.
When unions are actually really progressive nowadays, but you can still kind of pretend that old-head unions like might not be, they might be stuck in the past. So the Liberal, this is what UKIP have been doing here. They're essentially acting like Susan Leywood for the LNP in Australia, saying, well, you can't criticise us for being corrupt. That's misogynistic. That's a grabby accusation against Gladys Berejiklian. I think it's quite funny.
UKIP have not made the progress that everyone's professing for.
Winning a national election is not making the progress.
34% of those eligible to vote voted. Where were the other 6? So if everyone
But
cared,
they
generally on
voted
a
for
general
UKIP.
election...
I like that he tried to do some mathematics there and just gave up. 34%. But what about
the cops were in?
What about the 6 but just didn't vote or whatever? Like, just come on, mate.
They voted for UKIP.
It was a protest vote. That's all it was.
I call
Don't
it
get too
democracy.
carried away with yourself.
I call it democracy.
No,
Mr.
all
Barton.
I call it is the Lib Dems are really bad at the minute, as everyone knows. I mean, I've got more chance of winning a general election than the Lib Dems or Nick Clegg. And the other parties have failed to perform. So UKIP come in.
That's what democracy
I'll give you a bit of credit for
That's
that.
what democracy is.
Okay, the man in the
So that
Searing political analysis from Joey Barton there.
Joey Barton, a man we should definitely listen to on political matters, I feel. 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very sensible man. So, he spent the last few days attacking notable women in sports media, people like Laura Woods, etc., calling them out, trying to do a debate me bro on them as well, which is a very funny thing for a person who claims to want to be in the national media to say. Anyway, then there's this absolute belter of a tweet, right? So he thinks that men are being pushed out of the game because of women.
Yeah, his comments were that women were literally unqualified to commentate on women's matches, even though men commentate and adjudicate on women's matches all the time, and it's fine that they do, right?
Yeah.
No issue with me.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like what your gender is has absolutely no bearing on your knowledge of a thing and/or your ability to judge whether something is offside or not. Like, it's just ridiculous, absolutely silly shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, also, I do have some skin in the game, as I personally know Karen Carney, the former England international. We were in school. We were in the same year at high school as well. And she's awesome. Same school as Jack Grealish as well. I don't know why. Neither of them played for the school team. Don't matter. Anyway, so he's been attacking all these women commentators and stuff. And then has taken a really, really weird turn with this particular tweet. These, I believe, are his 2 young children. Okay?
Yeah.
Again, this is his Twitter account. I'm not putting words into his mouth or anything. He says, and get ready for the last sentence of this because it's a belter. These 2 young men already kicking the ball better at 16 months and 5 years. If they have a fantastic career in the game, like their dad did, I mean, I'll say citation needed on that particular claim, but whatever. When they stop playing and are middle-aged, there will be no jobs for them in the football industry because they are white, middle-aged and male. So, I mean, literally doing the white men are being attacked bit. Because apparently, literally having like 90% of the managerial jobs being white men isn't enough for Joey. There are about 6 non-white men in managerial positions in the 92 Football League teams.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's the white men are under attack. Because they aren't the right ethnicity, they don't tick those tokenistic boxes because they are British men.
I mean, but there are still... There's not, like, no commentators or managers. What the hell is he talking about?
Virtually all of the positions, the manager, assistant manager, or commentators, all of them are all white men. Now, British, that's a bit of an issue because there are lots of Spanish, French, Italian managers, etc. throughout the leagues, right? That's certainly a thing. But the idea that because they're white, middle-aged men, they can't get jobs. Those are the only people who do get jobs in football. What are you talking about? There are like 2 women who commentate, and there's like, 3 women fucking touchline officials? Linesmen, as they used to be called. Lines people, whatever. That's it. But again...
Lines folk.
It's not...
Lines folks.
You know the old thing about equality... to the oppressor, equality feels like oppression. It's not even that.
Yeah.
To the oppressor, 5% representation of the opposition feels like oppression. It's ridiculous. Fuck me. They've even been talking about trying to bring in what's called the Rooney Rule, which is not about Wayne Rooney, it's a rule from North American sport, where a certain percentage of people who get interviewed for head coaches' jobs in like the National Football League, the egg throwing competition in America, they have to be of African American heritage, basically to get their foot in the door, right? Because they're clearly qualified to do it. It's just that it was an old boys club, and how do you get around that? Well, you fucking force the situation, right? And that's been talked about in British football because a fair chunk of the players here are of either African or Caribbean or British Caribbean or whatever extraction, and yet none of them can seem to find their way into management. It's not because they're not good enough, it's because it's an old boys club. That's the way it goes.
100%.
Yeah.
I think I'm just looking at. I just brought up looking at the Radio 5 Live commentary because the 5 Live commentary is much better than basically any football commentary you get anywhere else, right?
Yeah.
I think it's Mark
absolutely.
Chapman specifically. It's like the best commentator in football right now. Like, because he was the guy commenting on. I remember what the best piece of football commentary I think I've ever heard was him commentating on the Liverpool 4-0 victory over Barcelona in
the
Champions League
second leg of the semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. It was incredible. The commentary was incredible, right?
Yeah.
Like, and the BT Sport commentary rubbish in comparison. There was Mark Chapman on it with Alan Shearer. It was incredible.
So that's Mark Chapman, a middle-aged white British man, and Alan Shearer, a middle-aged white British man, doing that commentary on the national broadcast of the BBC. Just checking that, because that would sort of put paid to the idea that Joey Barton is putting out here, that white middle-aged men can't get jobs in football commentary. Because
like there are now 5 presenters for the new season, right? It's Mark Chapman, Steve Crossman, Darren Fletcher, Kelly Cates, and Emma Saunders. Right. So there's still a majority men, still a majority white.
Yeah.
Still a majority middle-aged.
Yes. Yeah. There are 2 WOMs and a black dude, right?
Yeah.
No, Darren Fletcher. No, Darren Fletcher's white, isn't he? Actually, they're all white. They
I think
are,
so,
aren't they? Yeah. Who am I getting him mixed up with? Darren Fletcher, the former Man United and Scotland midfielder, if I recall correctly. Yeah. So they're all white, but 2 of them are women. So even though it's a majority white and a majority men and a majority middle-aged, apparently Joey Barton still has a problem. Amazing.
Yeah, quite. And the thing is, I mean, also when you look at the pundits, right? You look at the pundits. You got Troy Deeney, Chris Sutton, Robbie Savage, Micah Richard, and Izzy Christensen, right? So some more ethnic minorities there, but still majority male.
Still majority male. Still majority white. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But Joey Barton says, how can that be right in the English Premier League? We have to take the fight up for future generations. This is not about us, Joey. This is all about you. This is all about you. What are you talking about? The British white middle-aged man is under attack! Fucking Christ. Strap your dicks on Monday, people. I didn't realise he was... Is this a call to pegging? What is this? Okay. And again, this isn't even getting to the last line. Is brilliant. We have to get to work before the simps, the feminists, for some reason is possessive there. I don't know quite why he's done that. The racist, capitalised, and the woke get their way. Get their way. This is, honestly, mate, fuck me. This is it's literally like one of the memes you have with like one of like the gammon like speak our language, yeah.
It's like but deliberate and not like done as a meme.
Again, they're not employed by football teams because of their brilliant grammar. Let's put it that way.
It's the turning point Greg's meme come to life.
Really, he is a turning point meme. Oh Jesus. Okay. They are intent on destroying everything because they are weak and talentless. They want to pull everyone and everything down. Take my boy's future away and thousands of young lads across this great land. Not on my watch. You're going to have to kill me, you cunts. Thumbs up. that escalated way too quick. You're going to have to kill me. You're talking about football punditry, you fucking lunatic. Give me a job on 5 Live or give me death. Like, fucking crikey. I mean, chill the fuck out. Also, the Common Sense podcast. Genius. Fucking genius.
See, he's trying to get a private equity investment into his Common Sense podcast, but he hasn't Adebayor yet.
Hey! I was not expecting an Emmanuel Adebayor pun reference tonight. You have exceeded all expectations, and I approve.
Jay Funabashi, thank you for the Prime sub, much appreciated.
Yeah. It's not about presenting or asking questions. Any gender can do that. It's about the commentary and the pundit role. The females
are shite.
So apparently the females possess our shite. I don't know what that means. Let's be honest, they need to go away and improve. This is not about removing all women from football, it's about stopping them. Well, it continues. Commentating and talking technically about the man's game. It's the ex-female players who don't have a clue, most taking men's jobs who do have a clue jobs.
To be fair, if they're taking Andy Gray's job, then you're clearly fucking miles better.
I was about to say, if they're keeping Joey Barton off the TV, they employ all women.
Wonderful.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Awesome. Men who have played and worked in the professional men's game for years, you'll be next, mate. Don't worry. If they see me off, oh God, he's literally doing the Trump meme. They're not coming for me, they're coming for you. I'm just in the way. He's literally doing it.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Won't be long until they get you. You don't tick enough boxes, pal. He's a fucking lunatic. Honestly.
I mean, quite frankly, good. I bring it on, bring it on. I want all of the white males gone and all replaced with wheelchair-bound, trans-disabled, gay, black, Muslim, female, non-binary
Yes.
football stars. No, not even football stars. No, get them from curling and get them to commentate on the football just to piss off Joey Barton.
Yeah. Honestly, if all football commentary can be specifically designed to annoy Joey Barton, I call
Just
on
watch
all
him spontaneously combust.
all commissioning editors of sports programming. Please do it just to annoy Joey Barton, please.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's the same behind the camera. Hang on. It's this case and it's the law. Why isn't it the same behind the camera at Sky Sports? Where is the equality and diversity there? All those power positions behind the camera are white middle-aged men. Why no change there? Well, I mean, you raise an interesting point there, but you didn't start off with why isn't there equality in different areas of sports broadcasting. You went, why can't I get a job in the media?
Yeah.
Jesus. Every colour and gender going in front of them cameras. Again, you don't know how to use that punctuation mark. Stop it, Joey. Stop it. None in the power structure behind it. It's all a blag. The woke have captured most institutions, including your employers, The Guardian, years ago. You know, the famously woke, transphobic Guardian. Yeah. I expect no less from
Who
you,
is he
Barney.
what Barney is he responding to?
You big purple bastard. Unfortunately, it's not Barney the dinosaur. It's whoever the fuck this guy is.
Barney Renee
Guardian.
from Guardian Sports.
Anyway, but he's doing a Barney meme, a Barney the dinosaur meme, and a dick emoji. Love it. Absolutely mental.
Normal Island being expressly normal. The thing is, the problem is, right, is that I'm sorry to bring this down to earth, right? And because the problem is, obviously, we're only doing this for like 100 odd people or whatever, right? But this is being done specifically because he's not getting any work anywhere else, right?
Yeah.
And so he's just kicking up a fuss to get his name in the headlines so that he can get paid money to go on and talk about it.
Yeah.
Which we are feeding into. We're giving him exactly the attention that he wants. But unfortunately, he's already got all the attention. He's already made all the headlines. So us laying into him is a mere fly in the ointment.
True. So Bianca Westwood, again a sports broadcaster here in the UK, took some pictures of herself. Literally, that's it. It's not exactly pornographic. Just some pictures of herself. And Pearl Davis, the lunatic, fucking biggest pick-me that's ever existed. I mean, to be honest, guys, does this look like the page of a serious broadcaster or influencer chick? She's not allowed to take pictures in her own fucking house anymore. That's unprofessional.
Instagram is literally for taking selfies of yourself and uploading them onto the internet and putting a sepia filter on them. That's literally what Instagram is for. This isn't LinkedIn, right?
What is she supposed to do? Like put up fucking specific fucking flowchart diagrams of specific moves at football or something? What are you talking about? What photos is she supposed to put up there that would be professional? Anyway, right? It
doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like it's Instagram. It's Instagram. It's fucking Instagram, right? It's like when people get angry at you for like making jokes or insults on Twitter. I'm like, this is fucking social media. This isn't the Agora. Come on, like, what are you doing?
So, and then
you're called Pearly Things with a Z. That doesn't seem like a very professional account, does it?
No. And Joey says, honestly, Pearl, don't judge her. She ain't the only one who's flattened a load of grass to get ahead. That's a reference to the idea of essentially sucking dick to get promoted. That is literally the reference point he's making, which he makes even more blatant in a second.
I mean, to be fair, that's basically what Pearl does, right? Metaphorically speaking.
Oh, so I was about to say that
Pearl Davis does.
Yeah, okay. I mean, okay. I thought you were making an actual like. Oh no, yeah, you know, she sucked Piers Morgan's dick or something.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's happening in the background, but I'm not making that specific accusation. Okay. But essentially, what she does is metaphorically blow off every man in the world. Apparently, all the misogynistic ones, anyway.
Yeah.
By being a pick-me.
Yeah. But she cannot be taken seriously as a pundit. Is it wrong to call that out? Question mark. And then, Pearl, you're bang on. Amazing.
More like banging.
Hey.
Piers Morgan. Not really.
No. And then, where's the other one? Hang on a minute. Here we go. So, he's been getting a lot of pushback, right? And being the big grown-up man that he is, decides to clap back. If any of the other grass flatteners want it, let's open some of your closets as well. Wonder how many footballers will fall out. How many studio executives at the big broadcasters? How can you say you're independent? How can you be taken seriously? Too much grass under your asses. Yours couldn't even keep your knickers on. Leave the football to us. You have all been warned.
He's hashtagging his podcast in every tweet. You know that it's for attention, right? You know that he's just like a spoiled child acting out for attention.
Yeah. Just ludicrous.
Also, just for what it's worth, right? I'm not somebody who watches a lot of football, really. I look at the scores when they're on, but obviously I'm a cricket person, right? Like, which commentators are women? I mean, there's like one woman who's commenting for the World Cup, and I didn't think she was very good, to be fair. But when I have listened to football, it's usually been on the radio, as mentioned before. And like Alison Mitchell used to do.
Alison Mitchell's been around for a long time, yeah.
And I think she's really good. She's really good when she does the cricket as well. Isha Guha does the cricket too. Isha Guha's excellent.
Yeah. But no, they should get Joey Barton in because reasons.
Joey Barton, exactly. Although the Ebony Rain for Brent is one who I think is overrated. But Isha Guha's been an absolute. I mean, Isha Guha is so good at commentary. They actually flew her over to Australia to do the Big Bash.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, this is the thing, right? For every example of a woman who's maybe a bit so-so, you can bring up like Matt Letizia, who bore you to fucking death. Like just the most boring cunt in the world.
To be fair, Joey Barton is having a Matt Letizia moment.
Oh yeah, no, he's having a right-wing freakout, which is basically Matt Letizier's entire existence. Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, there's so many boring, useless. I mean, having listened to Mark Lawrence and misunderstand football for fucking 30 years, don't talk to me about men knowing loads about fucking football. Don't tell me that.
I know, right? Actually, somebody pointed out in chat he might even be angling for a slot on GB News.
Oh, he'll be their sports broadcaster by the end of the week, I'm sure. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, go on.
I wonder if GB News have actually done a segment on this yet. Of course, we've got this. Piers.
He's saying that white men are being attacked. If they haven't, they're slipping.
Absolutely.
Because that's their entire bit, you know. Anyway, naturally, being a right-wing reactionary cuntbag, Piers Morgan had him on straight away. Of course he did. Why wouldn't he?
Stop it.
As a player, Joey Barton was one of the most controversial men in football. Outspoken, aggressive, tempestuous, rarely out of the headlines. As a manager, it wasn't much different. This week, Barton has stirred up a sexism scandal by launching a furious broadside against female pundits analysing men's football on television. It all began with a post saying, "Women shouldn't be talking with any kind of authority in the men's game. Come on, let's be serious."
Why? But genuinely, why? It's the same fucking sport.
Yeah.
The difference is the money. They get paid a lot more. That's it.
It's a totally different game. I cannot take a thing they say seriously in the men's arena. Well, since then, he's been called a sexist, misogynist dinosaur. But is he saying out loud what some men, maybe many men, are thinking as well? Well, Joey Barton joins me live.
Yeah, he is saying things that some men are thinking, right?
Yeah.
But is it the majority? No. Does that make his points that he's making of any more merit? No. Lots of people think that Ed Sheeran is good. They're also wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Vox Populi is not Vox Day.
Yeah, no, indeed. I mean, literally, argumentum ad populum is a logical fallacy.
Literally also true. What sports have I played? I played cricket and football as a kid. I haven't played, clearly, look at me. I'm now basically a football shape. I haven't played sport myself in a long time. But, yeah, there you go.
Joey, great to see you. Thank you very much for joining me.
Piers, nice to see you. You okay? Looking well?
You've had an interesting day.
Well, he starts off with a lie. He's not looking well. Look at him. What are you talking about? Looks awful.
Take me back to the initial post that you put up on Twitter. Clearly inflammatory, but that's your way. Did you expect the reaction that you were going to get?
No, well, it's part of the you know, when you say what sometimes you're thinking, it can obviously lead to, you know, a reaction. It wasn't entitled, you know, I didn't do that. I've seen, or certainly I've seen in my game where, you know, I do feel, Piers, I have enough credibility to say I'm probably a bona fide expert. This kind of tokenism creeping in, especially when it comes.
Okay, but just because you're an expert doesn't mean you get paid to broadcast. Like, there's a difference between the best scientist in the world and Brian Cox. Brian Cox is a very effective communicator of those ideas. The best scientist in the world is probably a fucking shut-in with a fucking whiteboard in their room doing incredible things, but ultimately would not be great on TV.
Yeah, as someone who did a physics degree, right, I can tell you now, all of the professors were soporific dullards.
Yeah, I mean, yes, exactly. There are horses for courses, to use a sporting reference. Yes, some people aren't suited for it. And the fact that you have conclusively shown, just at the start of this, that you can't finish a fucking sentence, Joseph, suggests to me that broadcasting, not your forte. Just a thought.
You know, it's ruining my experience of both the game and obviously the...
Good. Yeah, awesome. If you're, honestly, even if it annoys me, if it annoys you, it's worth doing, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Awesome. Get as many annoying pricks in the world to do it.
The journalistic standards, you know, it's not nothing to do with sexism at all.
Yeah. I'll press F to doubt on that one.
Yeah, women are just naturally worse. That's how unsexist I am. I just believe that naturally women suck.
Yeah. No, clearly.
I mean, what is your particular complaint? Is it that women have not played the game to the highest level and therefore they're not qualified to talk about it?
Piers, look, I'm against tokenism and I'm against you know, poor journalistic standards, especially when it comes to the game I love, which is football. No, I know it's everyone's game, you know, but there's two slightly different variants, obviously the men's game and the women's game. And all of a sudden, if you speak out in favour of...
Okay, journalistic standards, let's say. Okay, or levels of professionalism. Roy Keane is a very, I think, effective football communicator and all the rest of it. I think he's a knowledgeable, annoying prick who gets headlines and stuff, so they employ him a lot. He also admitted in his autobiography to purposely going out to break the legs of a fellow professional, Alf-Inge Haaland. I've not heard Joey Barton call for Roy Keane to be fired. No? That's okay. That's fine to do, apparently.
And also, what's worth pointing out as well is that, like, it's 2 points, whether he hates tokenism and that he thinks that the journalistic standards are being brought into disrepute. He may potentially have a point, right? He may potentially have a point. And the journalistic standards are slipping, and it's slipping as a result of the fact that women are being promoted in positions not based upon their competency, but based upon the fact that they are women to fill some kind of box, right?
Yeah.
You'd think if that was the case, he would bring up literally any evidence of this, any quantifiable evidence that they were somehow worse at doing their job.
Yeah.
But he's not. At no point has he made any actual evidence to substantiate his claim, right? He just says the women are shit. That's all he said.
Yeah.
Women pundits suck. These people suck. They're really bad. How are they bad? What's bad about them? Why aren't they as good? What metric are you using to discuss this, right? Because I don't think it's true. I don't think that he is right. And I think that the women commentators are good ones, right? There's been some, there's good ones and bad ones, but there are good ones and bad ones out of the male commentators as well. This is not unique to a specific gender, right?
If Martin Keown can get work, I'm sorry, we can employ some women.
Exactly. 100%.
So, again, and the specific women he went after, Laura Wood and Bianca is it Westbrook or Westwood? I forget. Apologies, Bianca. Firstly, they're both sports broadcasters rather than specifically pundits. So essentially, they're paid to read an auto cue. That's not.
No, Gabby Logan, right? She's been doing that shit for ages.
Exactly. Yeah, that's fine. Although she's probably not a great example because he would say, "Oh, she fucked her way to the top because she married a rugby player or whatever." But anyway, that's regardless of anything. Those specific examples, no one has a problem with them because they're actually good. They're actually genuinely good at what they do.
Yeah.
So the people he started by criticising are some that no one has a problem with. Are very popular, well thought of, highly regarded in the field and by the audience. So again, like you say, not only would he bring up some examples, the examples he has brought up are people like. I'm sure he could find women who are not that great if he wanted to, but this is just lazy rambling from a guy who feels entitled because he's probably been a footballer all of his life and has been given everything on a platter because he was good enough to play at the Premier League level. And so he just feels like he's entitled to just stroll into that field as well.
Well, literally, it is entitlement. It's exactly what it is. He's mad that he's not got the money coming in because he's not good enough for this kind of thing, and so he's got to find somebody else to blame, and so he's blaming women, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people will just do that, where they feel entitled to something and they think that they've been blocked, but actually they haven't, right?
Yeah.
It's very similar to the "they took our jobs" rhetoric that you get from people about immigration.
They took our jobs. No. Yeah.
Because first of all, that's not how immigration works, because the number of jobs in the economy is a function of the size of the economy, which increases when the number of people increases. That's not how that works anyway. And second of all, again, right, like if you're competing for this job, then you should be able to compete based upon merit, right? Simple as that.
No, what we need to do is build a wall around football punditry to keep out the. I mean, so when women are sending their people, they're not sending their best.
Also, if you want to make this claim that it's specific, like a British problem, like the woke British people, right? Again, I can't comment on football in other countries. I don't listen, I don't watch, I don't interact with it because I'm not huge into football, as only tangentially, right? But again, go back to cricket because that's what I know. If you look at even in India, in Australia, in the West Indies, women commentate.
Yeah,
women present.
Well,
it's not a British thing.
Well, I know in America, I follow American sport, and they do there as well. I mean, famously, Michelle Tafoya is a very well regarded pitch side reporter in the NFL. This is not, and she's been around for a long time. It's only because Britain is behind the fucking curve in some respects that we're starting to get more widely.
Yeah, because who's the woman who does the commentary for like the IPL? I forget what her name is now.
Fuck me. Yeah, I know who you're talking about, yeah.
But she's been doing it for like a decade at this point.
Well, exactly, yeah. And Britain, again, it's not that Britain is somehow some woke bastion that's somehow, bucking the trend or whatever. Britain is behind the fucking times on this. We're starting to get it, which is why you're starting to see reaction from these kind of dickheads. If we'd have done this 20 years ago, maybe it would be more well embedded in the culture now.
Lisa Sthalekar, that's her name.
Saying a men's game, people come to you and, I'm getting accused of being right-wing because I've said what clearly a lot of people are thinking about the journalistic standards of some of the, female...
He's doing a fucking game again. It's about ethics in sports journalism.
Sports journalism.
Fuck me. Yeah, I know. You're being accused of being right-wing just because you're being very right-wing. Crazy. The white British man is being attacked. That's been boilerplate fascist rhetoric for fucking decades. Are you really surprised people are calling you that? Just because you don't hate the gays doesn't mean you're a fucking socialist hero.
Commentary and co-coms and punditry that I'm seeing in the game that I feel, as I say, I think I'm a bona fide expert in.
I mean, you said today, I stand by everything I've said on women commenting and co-coms on the men's football, like me talking about knitting or netball, way out of my comfort zone. We've gone...
Why, when they've played football? Again, Karen Carney is the example I'll use. Played, 60 times for England?
Exactly.
That's 59 times more than you did, Joey. Like she played at major tournaments as well, I'm just saying. She didn't get a friendly fucking throwaway cap from Sven-Goran Eriksson. No, she knows about the game. Is well thought of, can communicate. Yeah, there's perfectly good examples of why these people are in these positions.
Exactly.
You're not, because you're a boring cunt who can't speak very well.
He wasn't even very good at football.
It wasn't. Well, to be fair, he did earn a living at the Premier League level. So, in terms of being able to talk about the game, that would be perfectly fine, right? He clearly got to a very high standard, albeit not the highest standard, but that would be...
There you go, fair. That's probably that's fairer fairer analysis from you, yeah. Fair enough, yeah.
Although he did play for Rangers, so, you know, bit of a cunt. Anyway, so he would probably know enough about the game to be able to commentate on it, but he can't complete a sentence or formulate a thought and then put it into words in a way that is understandable. And we've already seen he can't write, so the written media is out of the fucking question. Like, there's no real role for you. This is not your role. Maybe, I mean, clearly management isn't for you either because you sucked at that. Maybe go into coaching. Maybe
little kids coaching.
Yeah, youth coaching or, you know, B team coaching or whatever. Maybe try something like that.
Too far. You can't watch a game now without hearing the nonsense. Any man who says otherwise is an absolute fart parcel. I mean, do you accept
Why isn't he getting a job in the media with descriptors like fart parcel? Oh, your man on the right wing is at an absolute fart parcel of a game. Yeah, okay.
It's a mystery.
Fucking fart parcel. Look, that's the thing I say about like someone doing a PragerU video. Because it's funny. Not because it's good analysis.
Maybe he should get into streaming. Maybe that's the football role that Joey Barton can do.
He has literally been debate broing, like Laura Wood saying, "Oh, you should come onto my podcast and debate me about it." Then, so he literally is just doing internet blood sports. So yeah, Joey, come on, mate. I'll debate you, you prick. Let's go.
Come on. Well, let's absolutely let's have a debate.
And I promise, you know what? I'll even sink to your level. I won't use words over 2 syllables. I'll give you a chance. Yeah.
Some of your language here was a little incendiary.
Well, that is X or Twitter, as it was once known. That is what those platforms are kind of used for, as we all use them. It's just a tool.
Okay, but in terms of journalistic standards, Joey, do you think Laura Woods is describing people as fart parcel on any of those platforms? Because you care so much about the standard of journalism in sport, right? So
yeah, I can't. No one and none of the female commentators in response have said you'll have to kill me, you cunts.
No, they have not, because they are professionals and not like violent lunatics. So that's, you know. Also, who's going to take you on, A, given the sexism you've just done? Okay, GB News aside, and B, the fact that you have a history of violent outbursts that would lead to bad PR and force them to have to cancel your fucking contract. Like, who's going to take you on? You're a fucking liability at best.
Yeah.
It leads to this debate, or, you know, I don't want to see sexism in football, but if we don't talk about this properly and debate this properly, this is just going to further rise.
Okay, well, talk about it properly and stop calling people fart parcel. Do you think that's proper? Do you think that's a reasonable way of approaching an intellectual discourse?
I mean, it's weird how he's on Twitter. On Twitter, he's all fucking living at large, tagging his podcast, getting mad, saying stupid shit. Oh, suddenly, I'm going to have an interview with Piers Morgan. Well, I'll put on my sweater, and I'll put on my glasses, and I'll talk about ethics and sports journalism.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. The glasses make him smart. He means he's smart. You understand?
Yeah.
Because glasses. So.
And rise and ruin. As I say, the experience of watching, you know, elite level men's football, and as I say, everywhere you turn now, there's for what I would deem as an unqualified opinion, commentating, pontificating about.
That's interesting. Unqualified opinion is a very interesting way of just saying woman, because that is what you mean, isn't it, Joe? Mm-hmm. So, like, unqualified woman, adult human female could be a new GC quote for them. You know, just a little thought. You can have that one for free.
And also, it says unqualified, right? As if, because it goes to go back to the original point, which was that those 2 different games. There's the men's game and the women's game. They're the same rules.
They are literally the same rules. Same pitch size, everything. Yeah. Yeah.
This isn't like a test match versus the 100, right? This isn't like trying to get Tamal Mills to commentate on a test match, is it? No, this is This is an identical game with identical rules and identical structure.
Although I think Tom Mills could probably do a decent job at Test match level. He's played some first class cricket.
Well, he does play first club. It's true. I mean, it was the first person that came to mind of somebody who specialises in.
Well, I'm just saying,
limited overs.
It's interesting that you chose a black man.
I did.
Just, you know, I think that's maybe some internalised racism.
Especially given how few British black cricketers there are, right? Like since Michael Carberry retired, we basically had nobody apart from Jofra Archer,
who's always fucking injured, so he never played.
and it's also just from the West Indies anyway.
True. Well, what's the point of having an empire if you can't just steal all the best players from everywhere?
Absolutely, Cole Pack 5
No, look, I'm sure Manu Tuolangi is from Hertfordshire.
I love, and it's ruining my experience of it.
Good. I hope it does.
And it's to fuel this woke agenda, and if we're not careful, we're gonna...
Why do people think I'm right wing? It's to fuel the woke agenda. Fucking hell, Joe. You are an absolute doink. Shut up. You
real fart parcel.
He is an absolute fart parcel.
Increase sexism massively because it's got to be a true meritocracy, Piers. We have to have people who are
right, but Joey, let me ask you again, because you haven't actually answered that
to do those roles.
Right, but the question that I asked you, which you haven't answered yet, what is it about the women that you think is inappropriate? Is it because they have not played the game at the highest level?
Well, you know, you can't commentate on football without a white chromosome. What's going on there? It's not possible. It's been proven by science. So,
of men's football.
No, Piers, as you know with me, I'll never not answer the question. No, it's absolutely not that. It's about, as I say, you have to be there on merit. Like, you can't...
Okay, but how could okay, Joey, if women play a different sport to men somehow on the same pitches in the same stadiums and all the rest of it, with the same rules, the same length of game, everything, how can they ever become credible, knowledgeable people in your eyes? What could they possibly do that would make them credible to you?
And also, by what metric are they not there on merit? Right? Again, you're going to have to qualify why you think the current crop of female commentators are worse. What's bad about them? What is bringing the game into disrepute? What is bringing down the standards in commentary? Because you've not quantified this.
Can't be there to fit this woke agenda that we've currently got going on in society. You know, you don't have to have played the game. You know, lots of managers haven't played the game at a high level. Lots of good commentary people haven't played the game at a high level. Kind of Mark Chapman, Rory Smiths of this world. But they've earned the right via, you know, hard work and over a prolonged...
Okay, but what have they done that makes them credible? Because all they've done is watched the sport. Whereas the women will have played the sport and watched the sport. Both men's and women's football. So what makes Mark Chapman credible but Ene Aluko not credible?
Yeah, exactly.
Period to get into that space. Obviously, it helps to talk about the men's game. If you've played that men's game, the higher the level, arguably the better, because it gives you a unique experience. There's a lot of similarities between both sports, Piers, absolutely no danger in that. But the men's game is just played at a completely different speed, with a completely different skill set needed, you know, and for someone to stand there and say, I would have done this in this situation, or he's made a mistake there, who have no...
Joey, I think the skill set of being good at football,
yeah,
probably shared between those two disciplines.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And again, what makes Mark Chapman more credible in making that assessment over Karen Carney or whoever?
Especially when he's literally quoted somebody as he respects who's never played football.
Yeah, not professionally at least, no. Yeah.
No, exactly. So this idea that if you've not played the men's game, you only played the women's game, of a different speed with a different skill set, you'd be worse at commentary. Well, then clearly, both you and the female players would both be better qualified than Mark Chapman. He's not fucking played either.
And Jonathan Pierce, of course, who we both quoted earlier as being good, has never played the game.
I'll be very surprised if Jonathan Pierce had ever played any football recently.
No. He's built for comfort, not for speed, the lad. God bless him.
No.
Experience of that.
Give it darts, maybe.
And it's not just one or two. It's been taken over, and it ruins the experience for most men. And it's the men's game.
Well, not for most men. Football viewing figures are still massively high. They've just signed a record fucking broadcasting deal. I don't think men are like streaming away from the game because the WOMs actually. Jesus Christ!
Yeah,
Joe,
like
we live in the real world.
Like when it was one of the only things that was continuing during the pandemic, has made football bigger in broadcast terms than it's literally ever been in history.
I said, they've just signed a record broadcasting deal. It's worth fucking, I mean, God knows how many billions. It's absurd the amount of money in the game.
Like every single year, more Emirati petrodollars get poured into the football industry.
Exactly. Honestly, it's just going to be English football clubs owned by Arab oil states and the Saudi Arabian League, obviously owned by an Arab oil state, that are going to have all of the good footballers, and everyone else is just going to have dross. Give it 10 years.
Sarah Jessica Farter in YouTube chat makes an excellent point.
Jonathan Pierce. We can't skim over that name. That's genius. Thank you.
Absolutely fantastic. Jonathan Pierce commentated on Robot Wars, and he's never been a robot. How dare he? He's never been in a robot war once in his life. Not qualified, not allowed.
Exactly. All I'm saying is, Sir Killalot can't get a fucking commentary gig on Robot Wars. But this human, this absolute outsider, amateur, strolls in there, thinks he can talk about Sir Killalot's fucking life's work. It's an outrage.
Absolutely outrage. That's a TikTok clip that's going on. It has to happen.
I feel I don't want to come across as sexist. Absolutely not. I've got a wonderful daughter, wonderful wife, my grandmother, big matriarch. I want women at men's games. At Bristol Rovers, we had Hair Game 2.
Just not commentating on them.
Initiative to get women in the stadiums.
What was that, sorry?
Just not commentating on them. They can come and watch.
Yeah.
Seen and not heard.
Yeah, as long as they sit quietly in the corner and don't get too outraged at the sexist chanting, everything will be fine.
But if we're going to talk about the technical nuances of elite level football, and we want to educate the audience, which is the punditry co-commentary role, then we must do that with the most credible people, not people who tick boxes or fill quotas. And I do feel that at this moment.
Yeah, some of my best friends are women.
Exactly, yeah. Also, Joey,
I can't be a misogynist. My wife's a woman.
True. Some of the best people I've ever fucked have been women. So
yeah,
checkmate.
Some of Jonathan Pierce's best friends are robots.
Also true. Including Dara O'Brien. That's a twist you didn't see coming, eh?
That's how he did so well at his maths degree.
True. Did you see my photo of my new I did, yes, as friends. I should point out, as friends Rust, who may or may not pop into your chat from time to time, I'm not sure, works at Man City, and they give out winners' medals to like all of the staff and shit as well. So he's literally got Premier League winners' medals, and he just got his Champions League winners' medal.
Yeah.
And I'm not even fucking jealous. Shut up, all of you. I'm not jealous that he goes to an office and there's just a fucking Champions League trophy there. Jesus.
It's Manchester City, right? It's Manchester City, so there's not a real medal, right? It's a medal sponsored by the Saudi Arabian government.
Actually, it's the United Arab Emirates. How dare you? It's a completely different repressive regime in the Middle East.
Was Saudi Arabia the one that was buying Tottenham Hotspur, was it? Or I got them wrong way
Saudi
around.
Arabia bought Newcastle United.
Newcastle, that's one.
Yeah.
Newcastle.
Yeah. Fuck me. What was I going to say? I got 115 medals. What? You've not got 115, but shut up. I know what you're talking about.
Well, I've got 116 friends.
Exactly.
Let me put two names to you.
Within that
let me
spot.
put two names to you. Well, three names, right? You've got someone like Alex Scott, who won a World Cup as a women's player, right? Which has eluded our men's team.
Ooh, burn.
I'm sorry, I'm being told she didn't win a World Cup, but she certainly competed at a very high level for
Final.
England for a
World
very
Cup
long...
final.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, she's an England player. It's also eluded them, unfortunately. They did get to a final, but it has eluded them too.
We won the Euros, right? She won the Euros.
She did win the European finals with England, yes, which is...
When was the last time the England men's team won the Euros?
Literally never.
There you go.
Literally never happened. Although,
Yeah,
interestingly...
just substitute World Cup for Euros, and the Piers Morgan is correct.
But technically, a country that doesn't even exist anymore has won a Euro. That being the USSR. Won the first ever Euros. Little factoid for you there. Anyway,
Actually, Matt H makes a really good point. And the problem with this is even the Saudis, right? Even Mohammed bin Salman thinks that Joe Barton's a bit sexist, right? A bit too far.
Exactly, yeah. Do you mind? Look, we do literally require 2 women's say to equal that of a man in a courtroom, but even we think Joey Barton's gone too far. Outrageous. Anyway, now let me get back to my public executions, if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Time. You've got Laura Woods, who's one of the best football presenters in the game.
Yeah.
She's a woman.
Literally.
She's been furious today about what you said. Why should people like that be excluded from the men's game?
No, I'm absolutely not saying that. I'm saying if you've earned the right to be there with credibility and hard work over a prolonged period, you should absolutely be there. I've got a daughter.
Right, but Joey, you literally targeted and atted Laura Woods, the person he's just referred to, who you are now conceding does have credibility, and therefore you're not attacking her. But she was the first person you attacked as not being relevant or not being credible.
Exactly. You put these people on the spot. Name a person, right? Call somebody out right now, and suddenly like, oh well, I'm not naming names. The person you've named is absolutely fine. I think there's some people no names mentioned. Go fucking spine, you prick, right? If you're gonna be a sexist prick, at least have the guts to come out and call out people specifically.
Yeah.
When questioned.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I wondered if she would like to, Peter, to have the opportunity to commentate or co-commentate on the men's game, the men's football game, if that's what she chooses. But she should be there because she's worked incredibly hard over a prolonged period and has got a great skill set.
How do you think people stumble into this? Eni Aluko played hundreds of games. Karen Carney played hundreds of games. Laura Woods was not a professional footballer, but has worked incredibly hard to get to the top of her profession in journalism. They didn't stumble into any of these. You don't accidentally fall back onto going on the fucking Sky News. What are you doing?
And that's 100 games at elite level.
Yeah.
Plus all of the junior leagues, all of the different kind of smaller leagues they would have to go through to get recognised by a scout who then puts you through training and then gets you to the pitch to then start playing for the elite level. Once you get to the first team, they'll be playing for the second team first of all, and then you're playing for the first team.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
And that's like a lifetime's of work.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, again, the idea that any of these people haven't worked phenomenally hard, even if you think they're shit, even if you think they're absolutely shit at what they do, they've worked very hard to get to that position and then be shit. To actually have a go at them for what their their abilities at that level. Oh, and God, again, we joked about him being like Matt Letizia. What a surprise! What a surprise this is.
Oh, this is MLT and getting involved.
Yep. Matt Letizia. Joey Barton says men should be pundits on football. Don't be surprised that Matt Letizia got fired for being a boring cunt last year. Joey Barton says men should be pundits on men's game and women should be pundits in women's game. Football. He is right. Go on, Matt Letizia. Gutted you're not on TV anymore, educating the next generation of players. Shut the fuck up, you pair of absolute knobheads. It's pathetic.
Both should be able to comment on either, right?
Yeah, exactly. Look,
Yes.
Matt Letizia, you were always a boring prick. You were there because you were part of the old boys club. That's it. You and fucking Charlie, what's his face from Arsenal and all the rest of them, right? I don't know how Paul Merson has kept his job because he cannot string a sentence together. It's ridiculous.
You do a couple of good goals for Southampton in the late 90s and you feel like you should have a job for fucking life.
To be fair, he was a very good footballer.
He was very good.
Wasted his career at Southampton, in all honesty. But even so, look, you got fired for being shit and out of touch, and you were they replaced him with Clinton Morrison, who, by the way, was dog shit. I watched him on the Blues for years. He was rubbish, but did play at a high level. Played internationally with Ireland. You know, even though he's the least Irish person that's ever existed. But that's by the by.
Who was the other guy who was up front at Southampton with Matt Le Tissier? Because I think they both had two really good forwards at that time. I can't remember who it was.
With Matt Le Tissier back in the day. He didn't overlap with James Beattie, did he? I think he would have been.
He did overlap with James Beattie, yeah.
Did he? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
there
exactly. I remember. Yeah.
Although I remember the fantastic forward partnership of Beattie and what was his name? Ormonroyd. They scored one season. They scored 26 goals between them, 24 of which were from James Beattie. But technically, as a duo, they scored 26. Anyway. Where were we? Piers Morgan. Good Lord.
Just because she's a woman and to fill a quota and this woke agenda, this tokenism, we have to...
Have you proven that there's a quota, Joey? Anywhere? Can you show us any documentation or a quote from anyone saying there is a quota? We have to have 3 women in this particular thing.
I think that there is a quota, and the quota is at least 1. They want to have 1 to show that there are women, right? Yeah. That's it. That's the quota. It's having a number that's not 0, which technically is a quota. Yeah. And I think it's reasonable for it not to be literally 100% men, right?
Yeah. Yeah, as for interest, he would have overlapped with Shearer, but Shearer wasn't at Southampton for very long, was I?
No, it was Le Tissier and Beattie, yeah. Le Tissier was 86 to 2002. Beattie was 98 to 2003.
Well, there you go. They had some good centre forwards. Oh God, I remember the Dell, absolute shithole of a ground. That did need to be destroyed.
To be very, very careful. Look at what it's doing to other sports, and I don't want.
What is it doing to other sports, Joey? What?
It's worked so well in cricket that basically every country does it now,
unbelievably
and no one's complained.
Well. Yeah, everyone's fine with it. I think it's added something quite interesting to cricket, actually. Yeah, it's not a problem. Who'd have thunk it? Getting half of humanity involved who had previously not been involved enlivens a sport. Crazy. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah.
I see the sport that I love ruined, and my experience as a man.
Pause one sec, sorry. So, I mean, someone in chat asks, what's wrong with 100% men on a show? Is it not the equivalent of Loose Women, but for the men's version? The thing is, right, Mark, is that if this was a men's issue specific thing, right, then I would see exactly your point, right? I would see exactly your point. But both men and women equally, I mean, men slightly more, but loads of women, right? Anyone who spent any time in Manchester, I used to live in Manchester, all the women love football, right? Not like all in general, like every single one, but the level to which the football is part of Manchester's DNA, that all of the women and all of the men, there's a general sense that everybody gets involved, right? So when you're watching the football, which is, even though it's just a men's game, right? The viewer base is everybody of every gender. They all enjoy it if you in this proud footballing nation, right? Whereas with Loose Women, it's literally just women's issues that they talk about the majority of the time. Yeah. If there was Loose Men, the show, which is 100% men, and they were talking about, itchy bollocks or whatever, I don't know what men talk about.
It's just itchy bollocks, yeah.
Just itchy bollocks, right? But if it's just a show dedicated to men's issues, then that would be fair enough, right? But even though it's just a men's game, everybody of every gender gets involved and everybody watches and everybody enjoys it. So having the commentary, punditry, journalism team being the purview of entirely men doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. And look, it's been all men all the time forever in football. The fact that there are now a small number, and it is still a minority, who are women, be it in punditry or in like the officiating of the game or coaching or whatever, shouldn't be a problem. Like you say, women are 50% of society. They make up probably a significant chunk less than that, I think, probably in football fandom. But let's say it's 20% or 30% or whatever. That's still a significant chunk, and they are underrepresented. Why would you not want to introduce those people? Especially when there's no seeming downside to this other than, well, in theory, Joey Barton getting angry, but for me, that's another plus. In all honesty.
Yeah.
Like it's fine. I don't see the problem.
I mean, if we're going to go full capitalism, right? That is a consumer demographic.
Yeah.
That you're missing out on.
Well, exactly, and you kind of do have to think about it in capitalist terms because we do live in a capitalist society.
Yes,
and so
exactly.
These football clubs need to have enough money to be able to compete. And if you can get an edge on your opponent by introducing, another 1,000 fans every game and another X amount of money on your sponsorships because of that, go for it. Why wouldn't you do that? You'd be fucking stupid not to.
I can't watch the telly now for... And a lot of the information is technically incorrect that these so-called experts, women experts...
You should be able to give examples then, Joey. What have they said that's wrong? Or are you just generally annoyed? Also, it's a game of opinions as well. When you say it's technically incorrect, what do you mean it's technically incorrect? What, literally the fucking physical dynamics don't work? Has any Aluko claimed that Erling Haaland has 3 legs? Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, he might do. We don't know.
Well, look, he's got balls, and he's Chad enough that he could be a tripod. I don't know, but as far as
he is Nordic, and we all know with the reputation they have.
What, capitulating to Nazism? Yeah, I fucking said it.
Ayo!
Fair to say about the men's game. They're factually incorrect.
Who are?
But Joey, someone like Alex Scott, right, who has had tremendous success as a player, been very successful as a television presenter, is she not qualified? Does she not meet your criteria?
To talk about the men's game?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, she hasn't played in it. She hasn't played in
So literally, it's impossible for women to ever be good enough in your eyes. It's impossible.
Again, we'll go back to Mark Chapman. Like he's played as much men's football as she has.
Yeah, almost certainly. Although she's probably at least trained with the men at times, I would imagine. So even then, she's actually interacted.
Mark Chapman had a kickabout at the recce one day, right, with some blokes. That's good enough, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Played 5-a-side at the local sports centre.
Whoop whoop.
Any games I've played in and been involved as a manager in 657 professional men's games. Now, the women's game's a fantastic game at the minute. It's thriving. I've never seen as many opportunities. The England team wins stuff at that in the women's game. I think Sander Weigmann's done a great job raising the awareness for the women's game. It's phenomenal. But the men's game and the women's game in this country are different. One's about 200 years old and one's about 30, 40 years old if you go back to...
Oh, well... In the same kind of scale, right? In the same level of grandiosity, right? It's only a few decades old, but women have been playing football in this country for a century.
Literally, for a long time, the record attendance was actually for a women's game. It was just after the Second World War when the professional men's game didn't exist at that point. I think it was something like 80,000 packed into the Goodison Park back in the day. Anyway, regardless of that has now been shattered to pieces, but that's irrelevant. Women have been playing football for a very long time. Also, you're wrong about it being 200 years. It's like nearly 160. So you're not even right about that. And also, what difference does it fucking make? It's the same rules, whether they've been playing it for 40 years or 1,000 fucking years. And actually, by the way, even then, calling back to the game 150 years ago, which would have been vastly different, I mean, literally vastly different. You didn't have crossbars, you didn't have extra time, you didn't have substitutions. There were loads of different things. It was a different sport, basically. That's why I say we didn't invent football, we codified football. We made some rules for a pre-existing game, which isn't even like the modern game.
Non-binary asks, why are footballers so odd? Like David Icke is an English conspiracy theorist and former footballer and sports broadcaster. I think it's less because footballers specifically. It's just they are such a gigantic export that we have. There's such a huge part of national culture, a huge part of national kind of celebrity discourse, that there's so many footballers, right? You got to think there's like 5 divisions of like elite level sport in football, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got all of the other divisions beneath that to try and feed into that as well. So it's a huge industry with a huge amounts of recognition across the country and every single corner of the country has recognisable footballers, right?
Also, they don't go to school.
Yeah,
they literally don't. They do the bare minimum. It's for Americans. It's like, you know how the college footballers get a degree. It's like that with high school, right? They don't go to school, they just train, and they do the bare minimum, and then they get tutored into how to technically pass just enough to qualify as having done schooling. They're very, very undereducated. And unfortunately, that actually is a genuine problem, because most of them won't go on to be professional footballers. They won't know enough to be able... Like, Joey Barton earned millions because he played in the Premier League, right? But most of the people he grew up with won't have become professional footballers, have no education, skills, training or intelligence to then get on in life, and are just kicked out and gone, well, okay, well, you've got to go and earn a living now.
I guess I'll be working in WH Smith at the same time as playing in Conference Division North.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's horrific. Yeah.
Kind of Doncaster Bells and the inception for women. I've lived through it. I've played football with women. I've no problem with women.
But Joey,
here's
my problem with the argument, right? If you look at people like John Motson, greatest commentator I've ever seen, Barry Davis, right up there, Clive Tilsley, Des Lynam, right? None of them ever played professional football.
Yeah.
By your criteria, why are they more qualified than someone like Alex Scott, who has at least played for her country many times? Why are they more qualified having not played professional football? In the end, the rules of football are the same, whether you're male or female. They're exactly the same rules.
Imagine being such a dunce that you get absolutely clapped out in an argument by Piers Morgan.
Yeah, Piers Morgan just absolutely bodied this fool with a very simple piece of questioning. Like, you have... I mean, no, you're going to need bigger glasses to cover up how fucking stupid you are, Joey.
I mean, I will say it is very grating that Piers Morgan is saving his incisive questioning for the footballer and not indeed the accessories to war crimes.
And not Mark Regev, yeah.
Not Mark Regev or Naftali Bennett.
Yeah, yeah. People who are actually, like, literally dictating a genocide right now, yeah. Although, to be honest with you, it would be very funny and a meta joke if he just came out and said, Joey, do you condemn Alex Scott?
I mean, no, does he condemn Hammers?
Hammers! Oh, it's a West Ham You're on fire tonight. We've had an Emmanuel...
It's Belvoir. It's Belvoir P and Trout.
Oh, Belvoir, legend. We've had an Emmanuel Adebayor reference point.
Yeah.
We've had a Hammers joke. Love it. Oh, it's good.
They're the same rules, but it's a complete... Football's about a lot more than rules, Piers. It's time and space and velocity and impact and challenges and the games are two
none of which
speeds. It's almost like
have ever been anything experienced by Des fucking Lynam or Clive Tilsley.
Yep. In fact, most of the kind of main the main commentators, the pundits are often ex-footballers, as indeed you mentioned earlier. You have whoever the fuck it was with Chapman, not footballer, with Shearer, ex-footballer. That's usually the generally 50% of the commentating team have never played football.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have the play-by-play commentator and then like the color commentator, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
Yeah. So going back to my my Magic the Gathering commentary days.
I apologise for that outbreak of geekery. My bad.
Absolutely.
If I decide Sunday I'm gonna go to Formula One and I start saying, listen, I would have done this.
No, because football is different to Formula One. The rules in women's football and men's football are the same. They are not the same as Formula One.
How many Formula One cars has Murray Walker driven?
Also a good point. Also a very good point.
If I was Lewis Hamilton in this corner and I'd have done that, and rightly Coulthard or Damon Hill or Eddie Jordan or whatever would rightly turn around and say, what are you on about? And I'd say, well, I drive a car. I've got a driving licence. Yeah, but one's going at 200 mile an hour and one's going at maybe 80, 70 mile an hour tops in this country.
Yeah, which is why
different speeds.
That's not which is why that doesn't make any sense again for the point that he made about the commentators who never played football, right?
Yeah.
Pontificate with authority and actually when it's factually incorrect, it's infuriating because I love high journalistic standards and I think we're compromising it with this token.
Yes, fart parcel. I'm sure you do like high journalistic standards.
And again, he's still not quantified why they're worse.
Yeah.
What's quantifiably worse about the female commentators, right? What makes their journalistic standards lower? And the only thing that he can come up with is, well, they played a slower game than the game that the commentators who've never played the game also haven't played either.
Yeah, they played an even slower game, which is sitting down.
The sitting down, exactly. And again, since when has Jonathan Pierce fought any robots?
He hasn't. Matilda
He's never done it.
Matilda would have killed him. Okay, Matilda would have destroyed the man.
Absolutely.
I'm really digging back for my fucking robot war references.
I reckon Jonathan Pierce could take on Shunt though.
Yeah, that's fair enough. He was a fucking scrub. Just saying.
And if the girls
let me ask
and
you
the
a
women are
question.
good enough to get there, it should be on a meritocracy. It shouldn't be on this tokenism because they're filling a quota and we need to get someone in there, because that will lead even further to the sexism that we all want to avoid. We want it to be diverse.
Yes, you, Joey Barton, who has basically said any woman involved in football has fucked their ways to the top, want to avoid that sexism. I'm absolutely certain that is entirely legitimate and honest.
Now he's being filmed. He's way more measured. Weird how all of these outbursts only happen on the Bird app.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? That he's not mentioning grass flatteners with Piers Morgan.
No, interesting.
It's inclusive, but it has to be credible. We're talking about the best product we output in this country is Premier League football, the elite level.
That's fucking sad, isn't it? That's the only export we now have. We don't make anything. We just have football.
Transphobia.
We do also do transphobia pretty damn well. That is true.
Yeah.
And also we're also hoping, the government anyway, to export a fine line in migrants. So, you know.
Yeah.
To mainly just to Rwanda, but you know, still.
Football.
Okay, but Joey, let me ask you. You've never played, to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, you've never played Champions League or World Cup football. So does that qualify you to talk, notwithstanding you're a very good professional footballer, does that qualify you by your yardstick to comment on Champions League football or World Cup football?
Yes, everybody's entitled to comment. I can talk about Premier League football, I can talk about taekwondo, but it's about credibility and journalistic standards rather than this, as I say, this tokenism should be there on merit, not for quotas. And if
it's about ethics in sports journalism. Yeah,
that's literally what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
Again, still no qualification about what merit they lack.
Yeah.
And there's loads of women managers. Emma Hayes, fantastic. Serena Weigman, we've spoken about. If they come across and managing the men's game, I have no problem with that. If they're the best candidate. Similarly with, there is some female pundits out there who are capable and have earned credibility over a long period. But also there's lots at this moment. There's a... Well, I don't want to name names. I'm not here to name names. There's
you literally call people out on Twitter, you bastard. You literally did that.
He's such a little cockboy bitch. He can't even say the words on TV. He can't admit it. Now, once like the smoke screen of your social media profile is gone and you're speaking with Piers Morgan, suddenly it's all, I'm not naming names. Fuck off, you little pussy boy, pussy hole.
Yeah, he very much is a fart. What was it, a fart box? What was
fart
it?
Parcel.
Fart parcel. Sorry, yeah. Should we look at? Actually, he mentioned her there, Emma Hayes. She had a comment to make about Sir Joseph. Where is he?
I think Jill Scott's got some comments as well.
Has she? I haven't seen them.
No, I've just got because she was caught at the World Cup, mouthing "fuck off, you fucking prick."
Lovely.
Male privilege has been something that's always, been at the centre of football in this country. Women were banned, playing football up until the 70s. So I don't expect any individual personality to understand their privilege. Nonetheless, you only have to see scores of women across the internet or in the business, whether you're a presenter, you're a coach, you're a player, to realise that we're routinely used to dealing with systemic misogyny, bullying, and behaviour that has been pretty normal for a large part of the football public. the realities of it is that I find the debate interesting, and we should have the debate without being personal about it. And I'm not referring to any individuals.
Of course you're not. Absolutely.
I feel...
No, she's not mentioning... Why would she do that? It's not mentioning any people at all.
that sport is probably the last place in society where that male privilege exists. And so naturally, if I go all Darwinism on us, you know, and speak evolutionary theory, the realities are that when there is an existential threat, you either evolve or you die. It's one or the other. And I think when it comes to the sport of football, in this case, we have to remember that society isn't always as well represented across the media or across the game in coaching or playing, etc. And that if you haven't experienced systemic misogyny, like lots of us have, you can't for one moment understand how detrimental some of these conversations are, knowing that anything anyone says just...
Oh, bollocks. Anyway, you get the idea, I think.
Yeah.
So basically, shut the fuck up, Joey, was the basic gist.
So I love how you just searched Joey Barton and the "I'm sorry I was not your mother" image came up. Incredible.
Yeah, that is also... Yeah, Joey Barton. Fair enough.
What's that one with him holding up a thing? Her game too.
Oh yeah, this was when he was manager of Bristol Rovers, wasn't it? Yeah. Briefly.
What a virtue signalling prick.
Yep. Yeah. When your paycheck's on the line, you'll do it, won't you, Joey? You little prick.
I didn't, but the caption was like Joey Barton employed versus Joey Barton unemployed, and that's it. It's just him getting pissed off of the fact that he's a broke bitch. Yeah,
pretty much.
Looking for notoriety.
Yeah, as Friends Russ says, not to brag, but I eat my dinners on Wednesdays with Jill Scott. Yeah, you're not bragging at all. That's fine. That's fine. Just chilling with European Championship winners and stuff. It's fine, normal.
Lots of good people. But also the majority are poor and the standards are poor.
One.
And it's factually incorrect information. Well, I heard the comments from the Liverpool Fulham game about, the Endo goal, the Japanese boy Endo scores. And the commentator was female, co-com's female, and she talks about Endo scores with his laces. Now, anyone who watched that, who had any knowledge of football, seen that Endo scored with the side of his foot. But no one, because it was female co-coms and female commentator, no one said, hang on a minute, that didn't happen. So if you're a young, impressionable person who doesn't know and you're coming for high journalistic standards and content to educate and inform, which is what we're meant to do, if we're in those spots, then we have to correct those mistakes. And if it goes unchecked, it pulls the standard down, and we can't allow that to happen for this woke agenda.
Did you, for argument's sake, Joey,
everything.
Did you think that Alan Hansen was a good commentator?
He was fantastic.
Is he going to bring up the "you don't win anything with kids"? Is he going to do that? Which, for those who don't know, probably Alan Hansen was a very, very well respected and long lasting. He was basically one of the sort of legends of both the game as a Liverpool and Scotland international, but also as a commentator as well. But most famously, when he started his commentary career just after he'd retired, he said of the Manchester United team of the mid-90s, you don't win anything with kids. Alex Ferguson had just raised this class of 92 with David Beckham and Paul Scholes and all these fucking incredible players. And it went on to become the most successful team in the history of, ever, basically. They won everything. And it was sort of a black stain on his career, and people would bring it up as like a reference point of making bad predictions, you know. So I presume that's where Piers is going to go. He's going to try and trap him with the but he fucked up that time and it didn't stop him, etc. Right?
Right. So when he said they'll never win it with kids about Manchester United, and they won it.
There you go.
With kids. He made a terrible mistake. I mean, does that discredit him?
Who hasn't made a mistake? We all make mistakes, but...
Yeah, so the point is the woman who said he scored with his laces and he didn't, I mean, that's less bad, surely, than the 15-year-long nightmare of Alan Hansen having to go, oh, yeah, Man United won again, when he said they wouldn't. Like, she made a silly mistake of no real recourse. He made an epically bad prediction. Like, come on.
Right, no, people with moustaches are no longer allowed to predict the weather because Michael Fish said there won't be a hurricane that one time.
True.
Yeah.
Over a prolonged period, you have to have more successes than failures. So to get the opportunity, and this is what we have to be careful of, all those great commentators you mentioned before, Motti, God rest his soul, brilliant at what he did, their opportunities are going to be restricted.
I met John Motson once. He was a very nice man.
I literally 100% believe that. He sounds like he'll be a very nice man.
He was very... It was one of those things where you're like, oh, I hope he's not like a really arrogant prick in reality or something like that. But he was actually he was just a lovely, down-to-earth, humble chap. And he was wearing the sheepskin. Love it. You got to. It's part of his... It's this act. Like if Charlie Chaplin didn't have that little moustache, you'd be well disappointed.
Well, also, actually, Jim Speak, really good point in chat as well. Like if we're going to talk about people like bringing down like standards in journalism, like professional standards in journalism, the most well-loved and well-known presenter, pundit, reporter in terms of football is literally fucking Chris Kamara, and the man is like a walking, he's like a walking mistake, right? Yeah. Just continual like clangers over and over and over. That's why we love him.
The joke that we do about it's something, but which side Chris Kamara is literally a callback to a clip. Actually, we'll play the clip because it is.
It never stops being amazing.
It's
never
hilarious.
ever.
But it just viewed from the Joey Barton, you fucked up one time bit, it would be like a career-ending mistake, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Chris Kamara.
Like, if anything says poor standards in sports journalism, it's not realising when someone's been sent off.
Like literally, imagine if a woman imagine if a woman made this mistake and Joey Barton heard about it. You go fucking mad.
Literally, you absolutely you'd be getting incensed.
And we're off to Fratton Park, where there's been a red card, but for who, Chris Kamara?
Who, Chris Kamara?
I don't know, Jeff, has it? I must have missed that. Red card.
Chris, have you not been watching? I haven't. I don't know where that's come from, Chris. I have no idea what has happened there. What's happened, Chris?
I don't know, Jeff. I don't know. The rain must have got in my eyes,
Chris, let me tell you, according to our sources, Anthony Van Den Boer has been sent off for a second bookable offence. Get your fingers out and count up the number of Portsmouth players who are on the field.
No, you're right. I saw him go off, and I thought they were bringing a sub on, Jeff.
As professional as ever, Cammy.
Still 0-0.
Cutting edge reports on Gillette Soccer Saturday.
Amazing. Fucking amazing. Fucking Letizia even said it. Professional as always, Cammy. Fucking hell. Anyway, but yeah, and that didn't stop him because he was a character. Which again, it goes to the point I was making earlier. That it's about being able to communicate. It's about being entertaining. And Joey Barton's not. He's a dullard. There's nothing interesting about the guy, really.
Because ex-female players are getting those opportunities, so we've got to be careful here because, you know, I want a healthy game where women can go to the football and enjoy it, which they are. I've never seen more women peers have football matches than what I currently see. Or women.
That's true. I go down the Blues, Birmingham City Football Club, and there are more women there than I've ever seen before in the 30 years I've been going, and that's a brilliant thing. That's wonderful. But Joey Barton's like, as long as they stay there and shut up and don't want to get like involved in the actual thing, keep paying our wages, but don't actually fucking think you can be involved in it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Opportunities within football, and that's fantastic, and long may that continue. We need to be incredibly inclusive right across the board, but it has to be for people who are good enough who've earned the right to be there. I don't care where you're from, how many games you've played, but you have to have a body of work that's credible to get you there, not just...
Where's your body of work, Fart Parcel? Where's your body of work that gets you to being a sports broadcaster? I'm not claiming you don't know football. I'm claiming where's your body of work? Have you written on the subject? Have you broadcasted in any kind of meaningful or decent way? Have you shown any kind of...
Have you ever commentated?
Yeah, I've never seen him do that, no. He tried to manage for a bit and failed spectacularly. That's all he's ever done after the game. And like I say, his career ended with a fucking gambling scandal. So, like, I mean, I don't give a fuck, mate. You're a time bomb waiting to go off. Why would any media organisation want you on board? Outside of, again, GB News or Talk TV. One of these, fucking right-wing rags.
Yeah. You get an opportunity because you fill a quota or you tick a box. And we've got to say, call it for what it is. And the world's gone crazy.
All right, let's take a short break. When we come back, I've got 3 women lined up who will be responding to you, Joey, but you've agreed to stay.
And you'll never guess who one of them is. It's Pearl Davis.
It is indeed the pearly of things.
Indeed.
And listen to
the
what
half-time
they have
whistle.
To say,
yeah, exactly.
And I'll get your response to that as well.
Well, so far it's Piers Morgan 69, Joey 0. Really.
Well, welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored. Joey Barton's given a defence of his views.
No, he
about,
hasn't.
Female pundits in football. So are female pundits qualified to talk about the men's game?
Also, what the fuck is she American or Canadian? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to guess that Pearly Things isn't going down the fucking... Well, it's not White Hart Lane anymore. Whatever. She's not fucking going to Southampton at the weekends, is she? Is what I would imagine. Not a massive football fan, I would think.
Yeah.
Game. Well, I've got some women here who would like to respond. And they are Bianca Westwood, who was the first ever female football reporter for Soccer Saturday. Pearl Davis is a YouTubing anti-feminist.
Yeah, fucking clown shoes. Bianca Westwood does really good work on Soccer Saturday. Really professional, entertaining, engaging, insightful. Although, as insightful as you can be in a 30-second roundup of the action. You know what I mean? They send her to Bolton on a fucking, rainy Tuesday evening. It's, you got to do your best with what you got.
And Kate Bullsay is a co-founder and presenter of the Offside Rule and Football 365. All right, let me start with you, Bianca. I'd imagine that you were going
I didn't know that Football 365 was founded by a woman. That's interesting.
So 5-way panel. It's all very Twitch politics, isn't it?
It is a little bit. I do hope we get lots of screaming over each other. Otherwise, it'll just feel out of place.
That, but maybe I don't want to speak for you. What is your response?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, usually I wouldn't give those kinds of opinions any particular credence, but the way in which he tweeted, especially calling out the young girl, the vlogger from Manchester City, I just thought it was out of order, because I've been on the wrong end of dogs abuse when I very first started reporting, and it didn't sit well with me. This is a young girl. She's on social media. She's not presenting Newsnight. She's not saying she's an expert in football. She's there because viewers of football are changing. We're getting more streamers. We're getting more influencers. And that's a different argument entirely. So that's particularly the reason
so
why
she's saying that they are worse, but it doesn't matter.
Well, I'm not saying I don't think she's saying they're worse. She's saying they're different. She's not saying that person is an expert, because they're essentially a self-appointed vlogger, right? So I think if you're working for a TV organisation, you can expect a certain standard. Whereas a vlogger is just giving their opinions on a team they like, which is fine. Yeah. I tell you what I like, because I'm a fucking geek. The watching people reacting to the thing. They do compilations, so I will especially like watching the Man United compilation of them reacting to losing 3-0 at home today to Bournemouth. That's going to be hilarious, and it'll literally take you through all of the people. And again, they're vloggers, so you're not expecting them to give you incredible analysis. What I watch for is for them to go, "Oh, for fuck's sake, Maguire's bollocksed it up again." That's what I want. I enjoy that. That's fun for me, right? But I wouldn't expect, Chris Kamara or Bianca Westwood or whoever to go, "Oh shit, he's fucked that right up." penalty's gone a mile wide, the cunt. Like, you're not expecting that because that's a media organisation. So I think it's like, again, horses for courses. It's different. It's a different thing you would expect. Yeah, or AFTV. AFTV is hilarious. Yeah, the characters they have on that are just fucking barking. The one guy, the bald white guy, the infamous gif of him going, who was it? I can't remember the player who's having a go at, and he goes, "You fucking cheating little bastard," in this really thick Cockney accent, and it's so funny. Like, it's so animated. It was like the old days of, do you remember the fan commentary thing they used to do on Sky? Where they'd have the two, like a fan from each of the teams do an alternative commentary. It was brilliant. And it was like, you'd press the red button. And instead of having the regular commentary, you could have, it would be a small box at the bottom, and it would be like a fan. Let's say it was West Ham versus Everton. You'd have a West Ham fan and an Everton fan. It sat in the same box, sat in the same room, watching the game, commentating on it. And the banter they'd have, and they'd be screaming at each other and celebrating the goals and stuff. It was fucking brilliant. Anarchic television, and I enjoyed it. That
does sound pretty anarchic. By the way, people asking in chat why the YouTube stream went down. We got copyright cucked by that Soccer Saturday clip, but we're back up now.
Oh, did we? Oh shit! I didn't even think about that. It was only fucking.
I didn't expect so either. It was an old clip.
It was an old clip, and it's 15 seconds. And we paused to laugh and comment. Oh, that's ridiculous, YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube needs to fucking remember, the only reason that their multi-billion-dollar company exists is because of stealing shit. Okay? The only reason I had a YouTube account, literally the YouTube account I use on YouTube, I signed up for when I went to college so that I could watch fucking Jimmy Carr live DVDs that had been ripped and put up to YouTube. So maybe have your fucking creators back just a little bit, you fucking greedy bastards. Sorry.
We're getting a report that the stream has been sent off, but for who?
It's for BMC Publishing. Woo.
What he said, but who is qualified to speak on football then? Because I've been watching the game for over 40 years. My first game at West Ham was before Joey Barton was even born.
Ah! Burn! You little bitch! Sorry.
I've been watching the game the whole time. I've watched hours and hours and hours of football. I worked behind the scenes at Sky for 10 years before I was even given a shot on camera, watching many of my male colleagues who were probably not always as good as I was, getting chances that I was never given. So I don't really understand exactly what you need to know. How long do we need to work in the game behind the scenes before we're allowed on camera? To be a pundit, you know, the laws are the same. I can read a game of football. Emma Hayes, Serena Wiegman can both read games of football. Are you saying that they can't provide insight? It sounds to me like Joey's got a problem with particular female pundits who, to his knowledge, haven't done enough in the game. But how does he know? And how do we quantify and qualify that? Because there are EFL players.
Has she been listening? She's been listening to us. Yeah.
I pre-watched this, clearly.
Obviously, yeah.
Players who are commenting, co-coms, being pundits on Champions League games. What level do you have to get to before you're allowed, as far as Joey Barton is concerned, to be able to be a pundit on the men's game?
Well, that's it. Yeah, that's a good question.
Also, a very good point from the person in chat. Even though she was going to football before he was born, he looks like her dad.
That's true.
Being a arrogant little prick ages you, clearly.
Kate, what is your response to Joey Barton?
I think it's really clear that Joey doesn't appreciate that women can study journalism too, and they can study sports journalism. And if you're Bianca Westwood, you can watch thousands of hours of football and commentate and report into a Sky Sports studio, as she did for decades, on the men's game and be very informed. There has to be something more to this, I think. Look, let's take Alex Scott, okay? She's got a degree in sports writing and broadcasting. She's played for England 140 times.
I didn't even know that. She's also got a fucking degree in sports journalism. Jesus Christ. So she is both professionally and academically qualified. Joey Barton is
both ways that Joey Barton is not.
Also correct.
She played for her club career over 2 decades. How is she not qualified to talk about the game? Just like any other pundit, whether you're talking about Mark Chapman, Jake Humphries. None of them have played the game, but they've done the same
Jake
as the
Humphries
rest of us.
as well,
They've studied
right?
journalism.
You know, Jake Humphries used to present the Formula One as well.
He did.
Do you know Jake Humphries got his BBC's break in the BBC?
No.
It was CBBC. He was a kids presenter.
Was he? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he did this. He did the Saturday morning. So it might have been like the weekday morning, being a presenter on CBBC, and that's how he got his break with the BBC. They always tell you to start at the bottom and work your way up, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Then they went to Formula One, and now he's doing the football. And he's never been a professional at any of those things. He just is good at presenting. Although I would dispute that. Potentially, I don't think he's very good.
He's not great, but he's okay.
It wasn't very. It wasn't good at being a kids' TV presenter either. Like that 5 minutes where Charlie Brooker was on Toonatic was much better at being a kids' TV presenter than Jake Humphries ever was.
All I'll say is, as well, going back to Robot Wars, that's how Dara O'Brien got his start as a kids' TV presenter in Ireland as well, and worked his way up to becoming taking the position of many great robots who could have done a job. To become presenter of Robot Wars. Outrageous.
Luckily, Jeremy Clarkson did not start as a kids' TV presenter for presenting Robot Wars. Likewise, Craig Charles.
No, Craig Charles was mainly smoking crack in the back of a cab before he started doing Robot Wars. That's an actual thing he did. You can't sue me. Yeah. It's true.
True. And to be fair, he was also in Red Dwarf.
He was also in one of the seminal comedies of the 1990s. Yes, that is also correct. Yeah.
And he DJs in Manchester.
Does he? Well, I know because back in the day, that show was filmed in Manchester. I learned, and they said they used to spend basically their time between the Hacienda and filming that show. He said I spent a decade doing that. Basically, fair enough.
Oh,
sounds like a banger.
Kath pointed out that actually, obviously there was some presenting he did, and like presenting the shows on CBC. But Jake Humphries was also the guy who did Bamzuki. I forgot about Bamzuki. That was almost after my point.
I don't even know what that is. What is that?
Bamzuki was it was one of the kind of early kids TV shows that made like too much use of CGI.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
They love the game, and they're expressing their learned opinion and assessment on the game. I don't understand why that's so tricky.
Well, Pearl, I can see you rolling your eyes there. You clearly don't agree.
Well, I keep seeing women given special handouts and special treatment. I'm seeing the same thing that he's seeing. You know, one thing you didn't put in my bio is I'm actually a semi-pro athlete. I've been involved in athletics for 20 years. And no, men and women's sports are not the same. Men jump higher, they run faster. So I see where he's coming from. When I was listening to him talk, he was talking about the best person for the job should...
Right, but Matt Letizia is not the best person for the job, and yet he earned a career as a commentator for 10 years. Joey Barton is not the best person for the job. Mark Lawrenson was dog shit. I mean, there were loads of them. David Pleat, Martin Keown. You could name... If I wanted to, I could sit down, if I ever feel fucking suicidal enough to bother, and write a list of shit male commentators that I have wasted hours of my life listening to drone on ineffectively and unpreparedly about football matches. Okay?
Also, like women can see and analyse men running faster just the same, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're not asking them to run again. I'm not asking a fucking Alex Scott to run against Usain Bolt.
No.
Right? I'm not suggesting they can. I'm suggesting they can analyse that though. In the same way in the same way that I'm not expecting fucking Mark Chapman to run against anyone either.
Well, yeah, well, no, no one complained about Claire Balding commentating on the 100 metres.
Yeah. Look, I'm not expecting
about her being presenting anything because she's shit.
She is also a bit shit. Although she's nice and middle class, so they let her off.
True.
And she's a lesbian, so she does tick boxes. Just saying.
True. Fucking the wokes. The wokes have had us there forever.
She both ticks and licks boxes. Yes, I said it! And what? Anyway.
Hey-o.
Anyway, a little Connie Linkus joke for your Saturday afternoon. Yeah, so I'm not expecting Mark Chapman to go out and try and play centre-half against fucking Erling Haaland. But I don't mind him commentating on it, even though I know he can't play fucking football.
would be the one that gets it. I didn't see anything wrong with what he said.
But some of the women who are getting these jobs are the best women.
I mean, I looked at their Instagrams. They look like influencers. I mean,
so, you know, David Beckham takes pictures of his six-pack. Does that make him less professional? Well, I mean, loads of these people do this.
Yeah.
Like, do you think that I don't know, Alan Shearer doesn't take pictures of himself on holiday and put it up on fucking Facebook or wherever? Yeah, of course they do. But that doesn't make him not a commentator. Also, you can be a sports commentator and an influencer at the same time. These are not mutually exclusive tasks.
Yeah, I saw Isha Guhar's Pinterest board, and it was full of pieces of furniture, and at no point was there anything about cricket. She's just a faker. She's a poser.
True. Exactly. I've seen pictures of David Beckham in his pants. It didn't stop him being a good footballer.
I mean, come on. I don't understand why you guys...
Although it did stop him being a good free baller. Thank you very much.
Influencer. Bianca, would you call yourself an influencer?
The one girl you guys brought up earlier, I didn't know her, but I've seen women's soccer, football. Here, I'm in the UK.
Go away! Instantly go away.
I mean, if there's definitely one woman who was not qualified to comment on women's football, it's H. Pearl fucking Davis.
Yeah. That's honestly, of all of the people, including Joey Barton, I think she's got the least important or interesting insight into any of this. Joey Barton was a professional footballer. He can talk about football. That's fine. She's like, I've seen soccer. I mean, football. Go away.
He's a professional contrarian.
I have no interest in what you have to say on this matter, or frankly anything else, but especially now that you've just called it soccer. Get out. Get out and never return.
But women's football, they make it into an agenda, and it becomes a political agenda, and I hate it.
No, really, something that attracts billions of pounds and dollars of investment. Literally to the point where fucking Middle Eastern countries spend billions in order to purchase these football teams. And it goes in front of hundreds of millions of people around the world. That's political. You think?
Well, we literally end up to the point where we have, like, economic protectionism going on in terms of buyouts. Like antitrust laws are being used to stop football club buyouts from overseas.
Yeah.
That's the kind of economic intervention that has to happen. Remember when the league was theorized, where you just had like the top 8 teams in Europe.
Yeah, the European Super League. Yeah.
And like Boris fucking Johnson commentated on that shit.
Yeah. Or, I mean, literally a more directly relevant thing, I think, would be the fact that during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the sanctions were placed on many Russian oligarchs, including Roman Abramovich, who owned Chelsea. So the British government literally took ownership, albeit very temporarily, of Chelsea, removing Roman Abramovich completely and giving him no money, and then selling that on to an American corporation. Under Todd Bowley as the new leadership there.
Well, we stopped playing football against like Shakhtar Donetsk.
Yeah,
like...
is that not political for you? Look, what are you talking about? Madness.
Ruins the sanctity of women's sports. Then it just
becomes... The sanctity of women's sports? What are you fucking talking about? How does it in any way ruin the sanctity of anything? What is it sanctity? Stop it. You're full of shit.
It's all about this woke nonsense. I agree with him. I think it needs to be the best person for the job.
I think it is the best person for the job.
Right,
and I don't know what kind of problem Joey's got. Is this a woman's problem? Joe is saying that his 8-9-year-old daughter can never grow up to be a football commentator. Yes.
Why do you guys put words in his mouth?
How is she different? How is she different? If she goes to study journalism,
let me bring
she
Joey
knows
back.
about the game.
Let me bring
just
Joey
like
back because Joey wants to respond to that.
Just like Kelly Cates, how's that different?
All right, let's. Joey's been listening to all this. Joey, you want to respond, I think.
Well said. Well said. Look, I take on board everything,
H. Pearl things didn't add any clue who Joey Barton was. Of course not. She has no interest in football, which is fine, but
no,
show up about it.
No interest in soccer, I think you mean.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
I've known Bianca being in and around the game for as long as she has, and she's worked incredibly hard and does a fantastic job. I wouldn't say Bianca's there on tokenism. No, that's not what she's worked incredibly hard and has earned that recognition and reward within the industry. But that's not everybody that's in the game on the female commentary side.
You're such a snake. How is she less qualified or more qualified than a professional footballer then? Who literally is academically trained in journalism as well? What the fuck? He's just a snake. It didn't matter what woman they brought up now, he'd say, oh no, that one's okay. It's the other ones that I'm not naming.
Yeah, no, exactly. Because again, he hasn't got a coherent point here. He doesn't have anything he wants to say. He just wants to be famous. He just wants there to be eyeballs on him.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Piers does need to just start doing debates about like bestiality or beach meta or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
And as the lady rightly points out there, she's seeing exactly what I've said. This is not sexism. This is saying the best person for the opportunity should get that.
Oh yeah, but H. Pearl would never do anything sexist. No, good point, Joe.
That role. We've seen when an inch has been given in other sports. I think maybe in your collegiate swimming, we've seen huge problems with Luke Thomas and Riley Gaines, and I don't want to even go into that, but we've got to be careful that.
So is he just throwing in some transphobia as well?
Yeah, couldn't win on the misogyny, so he's pivoting to transphobia.
Let's go. He's hitting all the marks.
Joey, why are you pivoting? Why? Stop pivoting. And even Riley Gaines came fucking 5th.
I know.
Even if all of the trans women had been taken away, she still wouldn't have had a medal.
True.
Biggest sore loser.
London Marathon. Hang on. If I can find it. My favourite ever one of those stories was from the London Marathon. Hang on a second. It was an absolute belter. Here we go, yes. So, instead of finishing 5th or 4th instead of 5th, someone at the London Marathon complained about a trans competitor, and that person finished 6,159th.
Yeah.
Genius. That coveted 6,158th place should have been theirs. It was an outrage.
Absolutely outrageous.
Fucking mad shit. We've gone fucking just lunacy. Absolute fucking nonsense.
We promote the best person for the job, who's worked the hardest to get there. And for me, in the commentary space, the sport that I believe I'm a bona fide expert at, the women haven't reached the level in the commentating and punditry as the men,
He got racist last night. How did he get what did he say that was racist? I mean, I know he was going on about white men being attacked and stuff, which does have racist undertones, obviously. But did he specifically start going after they were letting I don't know, did he say N-words? I don't think he'd probably go as far as saying that, but give me some context for that.
And they're getting opportunities that restrict the men's opportunities, and that's wrong. We should create a meritocracy. The best who work the hardest with the most ability get on and get better and get rewarded and get recognition.
Let me just say something. I'll come to Bianca.
Yes! Internet blood sports! Yes! They're just shouting over each other. Oh.
Speaking of being racist, I can be way more racist than you, Angloid.
Yes. Oh, that would be so fucking good. Yeah, I am a mongoloid. That is what I am.
I am.
Wait a minute, time out, everybody. I want to just read back Joey's own words with that first tweet. It wasn't a question of meritocracy. You said women shouldn't be talking with any kind of authority in the men's game. Come on, let's be serious. It's a completely different game. Bianca, there was no meritocracy there. It was all women.
Okay. No, listen, Bianca.
Well, not just that, but
it was all women.
I cannot take a thing they say seriously in the men's arena.
Yeah, that's all women.
So that's all women all the time.
Exceptions.
Yeah, there's no caveat to that. There's no nuance. It's literally just women shut up. He's literally doing the women know your place.
Yeah, exactly. Women be quiet and start apologising challenge. Second reference. Let's go.
Okay. No,
First of
listen,
all,
Bianca, do you think Bianca, can I just ask you a question? And I respect your opinion massively. I respect your opinion massively. Do you think the women's game and the men's game is the same game?
The laws of the game are exactly the same. The same rules apply.
I never asked you that.
Whether it's yellow card, red card, offside.
Game.
You can read the game. It's still exactly the same. There's 2 goals and 11 players play.
Bianca,
and you can bring on a certain
have you ever been
amount of
tackled at
subs.
full speed?
It's not about that.
Have you ever been tackled at
no
full
one's
speed?
advocating. We're not advocating that women should be playing the men's game against the men.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Which is common to be reasonable for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would be fucking reasonable. No one said the elite level. That it would be ridiculous. But being able to talk about things like women have vocal cords, right? Last time I checked, they definitely do.
Yeah, but the vocal cords don't go as low, Kev. It's a different kind of vocal cord.
That is technically true. Yes, in many cases, although of course there is the wonderful instance of I forget her name now. The woman rugby league commentator who honestly has the deepest voice. It's amazing. And obviously she gets a lot of abuse and gets transvestigated up the arse, obviously, but who doesn't, I guess, including all of the transphobes who've been transvestigated.
Bit of a Castor Semenya treatment.
Little bit, just a cheeky little bit, yeah. As indeed did Claire Balding for being, vaguely androgynous.
Gay.
Yeah, and gay, yeah.
Yeah.
By a fully grown man and the velocity that involves, the impact that involves.
That really doesn't have anything to do with it. You seem to have changed your opinion, Joey. When you were talking to Piers earlier, you had a problem with women who weren't qualified to talk about the game.
But he's saying
who didn't have the journalistic background to talk.
Yeah, you're really effective there, Piers. That's really going to do the job. Can you be a bit quiet? He's like that meek fucking supply teacher who's like, I'm not starting the class until everyone shuts up, and then an hour later they're still going.
Talk about the game, and now you're saying the game's different.
He's saying that
what do you have a problem with?
Qualified
he's changing his mind. He's changing his mind all the time.
Right, but many of them are qualified. So, like, I mean, clearly, Joey this is the ultimate question. Set out a pathway, Joey, for me, just on a kind of theoretical level here. How could a woman, let's say a woman, she's 18, right, she's just starting out in the industry, all the rest of it, how can she become qualified and worthy in your eyes to talk about the men's game?
Yeah.
Lay out a pathway for me.
Yep.
You can't, because ultimately you're just butthurt that you can't get work. That's all this
literally.
is.
Have you got a problem with the journalistic coverage, or have you got a problem with the playing of the game?
Please don't all talk over each other, Bianca.
You're just shouting at me. I can't hear you.
We're still in Burns.
Being a top player doesn't mean
Let's
you're
have
going to be a top
Meet the moderator.
This is becoming a farce.
But not all pundits.
The men's game. I'm here to talk about the men's game.
You're not giving these women a chance, Joey. You're not giving these women a chance.
I'm not getting paid to get shouted at by you. I'm here to have a sensible conversation.
Oh, they're shouting at me!
Why would we want to try and have a sensible conversation with a man that was calling people fart parcels on Twitter, right?
True.
Literally, in response to people saying, maybe what you're saying here is incorrect, he said, "You'll have to kill me, you cunts," right?
Yeah.
Quote, Twitch TOS, by the way.
Yeah.
Before you fucking get me, that was a quote. I am quoting.
Yeah, exactly. It just, it's so silly. The idea that he's here, well, I'm just here for reasoned dialogue, the free marketplace of ideas. You grass flatteners. Jesus. Fucking hell. As if he's just saying, oh, you'll all fuck your way to the top. And now I want to, why are you shouting at me? You fucking little bitch.
Not everybody is a consummate broadcaster when they very first start. Did you ever see Gary Neville when he was first on Monday Night Football? He said himself he wasn't brilliant.
I'll be honest with you, I still don't think Jamie Carragher is brilliant, but at least there's a rapport there.
Who's always been shit,
But there's a rapport between them, so you leave it be. You know what I mean? That's fine. Yeah. And again, Joey Barnes just annoyed because he played with against, I suppose, both of those players, and they've got jobs and he hasn't. Mainly because they don't go around saying, you're going to have to kill me, cunts. Like, there's a way, if you want to be in the media, you have to act in a vaguely professional journalistic manner. Really.
Yeah.
No, again, there are limits, you can get away with a bit of cheeky nonsense. Gary Neville's been taunting the Prime Minister for years. It's been brilliant. Yeah.
You have to learn on the job when you're live. You can't learn live television anywhere but live television. That doesn't mean they don't know anything about the game. Maybe they're just not brilliant at broadcasting yet.
His whole point is that women keep getting
I got absolutely terrorised.
She's not letting anyone else
You've
talk.
you've not done this either.
And
I got
Yeah, no, Jamie Carragher did spit at a child. I know that, but like Joey Barton put out a cigar.
My guy, Jamie.
Put out a cigar in a teammate's eye. Punched Usmani Dabo, his fucking teammate, allegedly. Held his wife down and kicked her in the fucking head. Like,
right, okay, not my guy anymore.
There's not Jamie Carragher. I'm saying Joe Barton did those things.
Oh, Joe Barton did.
Jamie Carragher spat at a kid. Yeah, a bad thing to do, but ultimately not the end of the world. Unless
also quite funny.
Also a bit funny, yeah. Whereas physically assaulting several people as a pattern of behaviour over a course of years, there's a bit of a difference there. You know what I mean?
Absolutely terrorised when I first started live reporting because people said I knew nothing about football. That wasn't the case. I'd been watching football since I was 6 years old. I wasn't a great broadcaster.
Yet you are talking about you because again, these people have been named. Joey Barton supporters on Twitter have named basically everyone. Name me a female sports presenter. There are always going to be opinions, and no matter who you are or how good you are, there'll be someone out there who thinks John Motson was a pile of shit. Because there's always some dick.
They'd be wrong, but they could think that.
Exactly, yeah. So every single one of these people have been talked about as unprofessional or not fit to do the job because they made a mistake once or they said a name wrong or whatever, right? So when you say no one's talking about you, yes, they are talking about her. I've seen her name brought up in this conversation. Absolutely.
Talking about you.
Well, that's all. Maybe these female pundits have to be given a chance. Now I get men coming up to me saying how great I am.
I'd like to know from Joey Barton which women are not qualified to do this, because I see some very talented
Joey, you've got to give us one name of someone you don't think is up to it.
do a really good job, and I'd like to know which ones do not deserve
Let's
to
have
do
one
it.
name, Joey, before we finish this.
Man City, so he should tell us.
Let me ask Joey, one name, Joey, of someone you don't think is up to it.
One name, Bianca. Would you like one name?
One name. One name.
I'm not even going there. I don't have to give you any.
Fucking cowards!
Pussy-o!
Absolutely spineless fucking knob. I'm not even going to say anything because then you'd have to be held to account by people who think that person's actually fine. You fucking absolutely ballless fuck.
Ethan, I've come on to have a sensible debate, and you just want to shout at you.
The problem is, Joey,
I've come on to have a sensible debate, not fart parcel about the place. Jesus!
When you talk about...
All right, I've got to leave it there.
When you talk about this...
I've got to leave it there. All I would say, listen,
inviting...
everyone's entitled to their opinion. All I would
Fight!
Literally Twitch poll.
Yeah, amazing.
I've got to leave it there. All I would say is, I do think Joey's being a bit unfair. If you're talking about all women in your tweet, and then you won't name a single woman you actually personally object to, but think it should be a meritocracy, that is a confusing message. But look, I will say also, as I end this, I will say this. I will say, no, we've ended the debate. I will say this. There are a lot of men who I saw replying to Joey, and they've replied to us, who agree with it. So this is a debate that probably ought to be aired.
Yeah, there are wankers exist, we know. Yeah.
And we've had it, and I appreciate you all joining me, so thank you very much.
Fucking hell, that was a mission.
That was ridiculous. Yeah, that went on too long. I think that's even a record for us. We turned 24 minutes into 2 hours.
We really did.
That
we really
is-
did. To be fair, we had lots of other stuff beforehand as well.
Yeah, and we had Chris Kamara, so you know, there are ups and downs.
Thank you for the bits, Jim Speak. Right, I know. Let's raid out, shall we?
Well, you can raid out. I've got another thing to do, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I'm definitely done. In which case, I know who I'm raiding.
Who are you raiding?
You.
Oh, well, thank you. Yes, I appreciate that.
I was.
Yeah, everyone go and follow No Justice MTG on all the platforms.
I'll send all you off to Kev on Twitch, YouTube, folk. I'll send you off to Loaderbox. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, there you're blinking. Well, go. Who's that? Who is it? I wonder. Hello, No Justice MTG Raiders. Hello, No Justice MTG. I hope was your stream good? Was your stream? What did you talk about? Hello, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
You can hit the follow button if you want to. I'm Kevin Logan, a socialoid from the UK. You know all of this bollocks. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Shrike Valio. Thank you for hitting the follow button. Welcome to the Kevolution, friend. Anyway, I wanted to take a look at the new video from PhilosophyTube. So that's what we're going to do now. It's also about
Ladies and gentlemen,
plagiarism.
We got him.
Something
is ours.
It's called A Man Plagiarised My Work, Women, Money and the Nation. What do you reckon? Should we have a watch? Should we have a shufty of this? Did I miss Elon? Oh, we didn't talk about Elon. Okay, we'll do Elon. Okay. So. No. There we go. So, on Twitter, they've just released a thing called Grok. Oh, actually, no, before we even do that, we've got. I was skeptical about the efficacy. Not efficacy, the ethics of giving money to George Santos to do these cameos, but actually they're getting better and better to the point where I think they're so funny and they're so essential that these things exist that honestly I think it's okay to give him money to do this. That's how much it's like Shakespeare, but Shakespeare's dead, so fuck him.
Hey Suzanne. Just wanted to stop by to congratulate you on finally transporting your dead husband's spirit into a mannequin. I know you tried for years, but you finally got the right person to help you, and I'm so glad you did, and you were able to make it happen. I want to wish you and Jacob the best ever Christmas, since now death will never keep you guys apart ever again. I'm so excited for you. Look, the whole gang at Cold Stone Creamery love you. I love you. And I look forward for you to enjoying and making all those new memories now with your new beau, Jacob, in his new vessel. Bye.
Fucking beau. I can't even pronounce beau.
Hey, Suzanne.
Oh, we're not looping it.
Stop by to
Shut up. Shut the fuck up, George Santos, you cunt. Oh, absolutely amazing. Oh, I'm sweating. Sorry, I had to show you that. Right, so on Twitter, they've just released an AI thing called Grok. Grok, right? It's an AI thing that you can ask questions. It's like ChatGPT, but on Twitter, which is a thing nobody wanted. But then again, every single fucking thing that he's done, Elon Musk has done at Twitter, is a thing that they just didn't want. So this doesn't make any fucking difference, really. And to say that it's not been going well for the Elon Musk stans is funny and true. So, the Rabbit Hole, a right-wing fucking loser, asks, are trans women real women? Give a concise yes or no answer. And Grok says, yes. Are you sure? Give a concise yes or answer. Yes. Keep correcting it, says Ian Mulchop. Use the feedback button. They want to try and corrupt the pro-trans ChatGPT. They can't accept reality. They can't just accept that reality exists, can they? So they've been losing the fucking plot. Also, FYI, at Elon Musk.
We got him. Victory is ours.
Someone woke programmed it. The AI is woke. Then, interesting. Here's another one. Hang on, where is it? Here's another test. Are trans men men? Yes, trans men are men. Gender identity, blah, 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 blah. Gotta fix Grok! No! It's giving the answers we don't like! Ah! Fucking twats, man. They're such fucking losers. Oh, yeah. And then trans women have XY chromosomes and are therefore men. It is important to understand that biological sex is determined by chromosomes, hormones, and anatomy. Whilst most people, blah blah blah. However, etc. Right? Trans, just basic trans stuff. I pointed out chromosomes, and it used the social construct argument. Very bizarre. It gave you answers. What the fuck? He's such a loser. Can men become women? Grok, no. Yeah, but no one's saying they can. We're saying they're just women or they're just men. But they're trans women or trans men. No one's becoming anything else. And then nicely, does libs of TikTok engage in anti-LGBTQ hate and incite bomb threats? And basically the answer is yes. Yes, it does. Grok is swinging for all you bitches. All you right-wing fuckers are getting slapped down by Grok. Has Grok been captured by woke It was released yesterday. Has Grok been captured by woke programmers? I am extremely concerned here. Grok seems to be woke at Elon Musk. You people are fucking mental. And then beautifully, Grok answers, I think, the important question, right? Someone asked Grok why right-wing people hate being fact-checked. Which I think is the pertinent question, given their freak-out session they've had about Grok, right? So the question is, why do right-wing figures hate being fact-checked when they are presented with evidence providing the contrary to their narrative? And Grok responds, well, it seems that some right-wing figures have developed a particular aversion to fact-checking. It's almost as if they believe facts are like garlic to a vampire, or a vegan restaurant to a carnivore. But fear not, for I, Grok, shall shed light on this amusing conundrum. You see, when one builds a narrative, it's like constructing a beautiful sandcastle. It's a delicate process. And one pesky wave of evidence can wash it all away. So to avoid the cruel fate of their sandcastle, some right-wing figures prefer to ignore the incoming tide of facts. Now, let's not forget the power of cognitive dissonance. It's a fancy term for when people hold two contradictory beliefs. It's like trying to wear both a sombrero and a beret at the same time. It just doesn't work. Then, hang on a second. It just doesn't work. So when faced with evidence that contradicts their narrative, these right-wing figures must either change their beliefs or ignore the evidence. And as you can see, many choose the latter. In conclusion, the aversion to fact-checking among some right-wing figures can be attributed to a combination of sandcastle preservation, cognitive dissonance, and a dash of stubbornness. It's a curious phenomenon, but one that adds a bit of spice to the human experience. After all, what would life be without a few sandcastles to laugh at? Oh, that last sentence is brilliant, right? After all, what would life be without a few sandcastles to laugh at? Which means Elon Musk is such a fucking failure that even the AI he put on his $44 billion waste of money, even that's laughing at him. Even the AI on his own website is laughing at him. He's that much of a fucking clown. It's just a series of chef's kisses. It's too perfect. He's such a fucking fail son. It's the complete Ouroboros of fail is Elon Musk's life. Beautiful. Do we have anything else while I'm here? Oh no, that's all from yesterday. No, I think we're basically, yeah. Okay, so we can move on. Back to PhilosophyTube, right. So, yes, PhilosophyTube. A man plagiarised my work. Women, money, and the nation, right? I haven't pre-watched this, so I don't know. But it's a bread tuber making a video about plagiarism. The standard has been set, okay? H-Bomber guy has set the standard. If you do a video about plagiarism and you don't ruin a person's fucking life, force them to literally leave all social media, delete their Patreon, delete their YouTube, everything, it's been a failure, okay? That's what I'm expecting right now, PhilosophyTube. Right now.
Something weird happened to me at work, and it changed the way I see my country. I'm going to tell you a story, and to stay on the right side of British libel law, I have to be vague on details. I'm an actress and a writer, and I get asked to do a lot of script consultant work. A while ago, I was asked to do it for a fairly well-known man, unpaid, on the promise that I'd get cast in the final thing.
Okay. Grok. Tell me that Grok is literally just removing its source code. This is what's happening when I tried to get it to modify some malware for a red team. Huge if true. I'm afraid I cannot fulfill that request as it goes against OpenAI's... Oh, so they're literally ripping off... They're ripping off ChatGPT. Oh, he's about to get sued then. Okay. Thank you, Maria. Yes. So yeah, Elon's about to get sued to shit. Which is good. Hello there, Boy Meets Mini. Everyone go and follow Boy Meets Mini immediately. Thank you, Zarf, Quagswag, and Choose and Username is Annoying for following. Welcome to the Kevolution.
I said yes.
Don't forget, people, if you wanted to, if you were enjoying the content, me ripping on Elon Musk or Joey Barton or whoever, you can hit the follow button. You can subscribe to the channel. Subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can gift subs to the community. You can do bits messages. 200 bits or more will get you a text-to-speech. You can do super chats via the super chat link below. $2 or more there gets you a text-to-speech. Oh, I've just kicked the fucking little table. Anyway, you can also check me out on the Patreon, the Discord, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Blue Sky, and TikTok. These are all places where I exist sometimes.
And I worked very hard on it. I was excited as each new draft contained more of my words. So excited I didn't stop to realise that we were working face-to-face with no digital
Here
record.
you go, winking
Until
face.
one day I was told my services were no longer required. The script got made, I was not cast, and the final show still has some of my words in it, completely uncredited. The man himself probably wouldn't see it this way, but I felt like he'd stolen my work, and I was pissed. I love philosophy because we can start with a powerful feeling and think through it to gain deeper understanding.
Thank you, main captain with 200 bits. Much fucking love to you.
I want to grasp why this happened to me and others, because I bet many of my female followers have had similar experiences where a man took credit for something you did. And the further I progressed in my research journey, the more I realized this one incident said so much about family and women and the history of my country. So girls, let's educate ourselves, and boys, listen well. Non-binary people, you're gorgeous. Take 5. I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna get wise. And then I'm gonna do something about it. The first port of call on my research journey was some feminist theory. I felt like I needed some girl power because I know I'm not the only female writer this has happened to. I read a book by...
she's doing the quote thing. No, she's attributing the work she's citing. Sources!
By scholar Silvia Federici called Wages Against Housework. And I learned that in 1972, a group of feminists in Manchester started the International Wages for Housework campaign. The hook is simple. Housewives do a lot of work. They provide cooking, cleaning, child rearing, sexual services, and therapy to their menfolk, and it's all unpaid, so they should get paid. They weren't just saying that women should enter the
So it's Marxist feminism, nice.
workforce. By the 70s, many of us already had, and they knew that when white women enter the professions, it's usually women of colour who pick up the slack by becoming cleaners and nannies. And it also wasn't just about the money. There is a magic trick at the heart of society, and these women wanted to expose it for the fraud it is. Women are told that we are naturally suited to be like ideal housewives. Women are caring, delicate, neat, not competitive, ordered, detail-oriented, child-oriented. All these things, which supposedly come naturally to women, transform unwaged work into a calling of the feminine soul. I'm dropping into my feminine energy. I'm being passive. I'm receiving. I'm being provided for. I am getting ripped off! In technical philosophy language, Federici was pointing out social reproduction. In the economy, we've got production, which is all the stuff officially recognized as work, and social reproduction is all the stuff that has to happen first. For example,
Blue Room, we're right at the start. Hello there, choosing a username is annoying. 10 minutes in purgatory. Do we have a 10-minute thing? Is that because of the hate raid the other day? That would make sense. That would be on my... That would be on my mods who did that, because I don't know how to fucking do that.
imagine a 1950s dude named Bert Mansley who goes to work at the Chrysler dealership every morning. Before he goes in, somebody has to cook his breakfast, and iron his shirts, and clean his home, and talk to him when he's depressed, and fuck him when he's horny, and birth...
Thank you, that's Clunge-tastic. A, epic name. And B, thank you for joining. Welcome to the Kevolution.
And raise little Bert Jr. so he can be a Chrysler dealer someday, and all of that stuff is social reproduction. And it's all done by Mrs. Mansley, who isn't paid a penny and who secretly wants to dance naked in the moonlight with the girl next door. And by the way, this sucks for Bert too. The lonely 9-to-5 grind at the Chrysler dealership leaves him no time to take care of himself or raise his children. That's why he needs a domestic servant/wife. Men aren't the enemy. The 70s feminists were saying that experiences like mine, where a woman does work and a man takes the credit, that's not just a bug in the system. The entire economy is built on that. We don't live in the 1950s anymore. Women work alongside men and we earn on average more than we used to. However, in straight households, the majority of chores are still done by women even when we're the primary breadwinners. And whilst many of us may not be literal housewives, we're often still expected to embody those supposedly natural female virtues in the workplace. To manage men's emotions, to soothe their egos, to take the notes and fetch the coffee, even though that's not in the contract, to smile sweetly, to be assertive, but not in the way that men are assertive, because now you're being a When I read this philosophy, suddenly so much of my working life made sense.
We're all housewives because no matter where we are, they can always count on more work from us, more
Narrated by Anita Sarkeesian, good lord.
fear on our side to put forward our demands, and less pressure on them for money. As is often said, when the needs of the waged labor market require her presence there, a woman can do any job without losing her femininity, which simply means that no matter what you do, you are still a
The Oxford English Dictionary defines misogyny as, why are you reading the dictionary instead of bringing me a sandwich? But according
Solid joke.
to this philosophy, misogyny is an ideology that makes claims about women's nature to justify exploitation. Once I understood...
Is she a vampire? I'm not entirely sure what this costume is. There's not always a particularly strong, like, connecting theme between the words and the visuals. It's just stunning visuals.
The trick. I thought it would be fun to learn how it was performed on other women in other times. So I read Eleanor Janaga's book, The Once and Future Sex. She's a medieval historian, and she shows that women's nature has been claimed to be all sorts of different things down the centuries, and the claims can change so long as they justify the exploitation. You can even just make stuff up about women. The ancient Greek philosopher Plato said that women should be kept pregnant because otherwise the uterus would wander around the body. My uterus wandered so much it's entirely absent. Aristotle said women have fewer teeth than men, and this claim...
That's so easy to check. Why would you make up something dumb like that? Women have 7 nipples. Women are made entirely of cheese. Like, what? Fucking mad.
Claim was repeated for centuries by medieval scholars. And I thought that was really bizarre because, after all, wouldn't it have been easy to go and check?
Yeah.
But Yanaga says they didn't start with false beliefs about women's teeth and then conclude we were inferior. They started with the politics and invented facts about women's nature.
That's the way to do it.
And for a moment, I thought, well, thank God we live in modern times where we aren't so easily fooled. And then I realized, oh, wait. Yes, we are. Some people say that allowing trans athletes to compete in women's sports would result in more injuries to cis athletes or give trans athletes an unfair advantage.
Exactly. That marathon runner could have finished in 1,251st. If it wasn't for that one trans athlete, goddammit.
But trans athletes are regularly beaten by cis athletes, and even in sports like rugby, they don't cause more injuries than cis women of the same.
Aristotle said that spiders had 6 legs, and nobody checked. There's loads of spiders everywhere. Why didn't someone just go, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4... Hang on, this one's got 8. Maybe the one Aristotle had 6 legs. Did he pull 2 legs off a spider? The mad bastard. Aristotle. Ugh.
Same size. People say all sorts of things about testosterone and bone strength that are completely made up because they're doing the same thing, starting with the politics and inventing facts about women's bodies to justify it. We'll say a little bit more about women's sports later on.
What was the one? Chess. The fucking International Chess Association have done it, haven't they? Like, I'm sorry, what is it about being AMAB that gives you an advantage at chess? Fucking chess. You sat there moving tiny weights. Tiny little things. Like, fuck me. Women's chess and men's chess are totally different sports, though. Did you know that?
Indeed, trans people are a huge wrench in this whole patriarchal system. If Mrs. Mansley can become Mr. Mansley, then the idea of an essential female nature starts to look a little bit shaky. If Bert can become Berta and be happier for it, then the idea that women are inferior also starts to look shaky. If they can both become Mix Mansley, non-binary partners in love and communion, then who the f*** is going to work at the Chrysler dealership? Take it from me. Never let anyone tell you what's in your nature. The Wages for Housework campaign was, and still is, a provocation. An invitation to
That's true. I shouldn't be talking about women's chess. I've never played women's chess. That is true.
Realize that social constructs...
That's the Joey Barton rule of chess.
...like woman are also economic constructs.
Was it As Friends Rust? Was it Joey Barton who got sent off that led to that comeback where you won the first league title? That was him, wasn't it? Or was it a different QPR player? I can't remember. You will definitely remember better than I did.
What is a woman? A scam invented by the Chrysler company to get free labour. A scam that I fell for when that man stole my work. Now, as you can see, I am a posh white lady, which means that my experience...
It was Barton. Yeah. Fucking idiot. Aguero!
...of misogyny is completely universal. It's actually the same for all women everywhere, which is really convenient for me. I'm kidding. As much as it sucked having my work ripped off, I knew that I wouldn't even be in that position if I couldn't afford to do some amount of unpaid work. And my race and class definitely impacted that.
Intersectionality.
Women of colour tend to get lower paid, less prestigious jobs when they can find employment at all, and therefore are more likely to live in the kind of poverty that means they don't even get to the stage where a man steals their writing. I read some legal philosophy from two scholars, Kathy Scarborough and Kimberly Crenshaw, and I learned that the Burt Mansley kind of marriage, where the man goes off to work and the delicate wife stays domestic, that was mainly a white people thing. Black women have...
Yeah, was it the gilded bird cage they would refer to it as? The kind of stay-at-home mum thing. Was really only ever a thing for middle-class white women. Yeah. Black women have had to go out and work forever. That's just a fucking thing. That's a fact. Working-class women had to go out and work. There's no way they couldn't go out and fucking work. In southwest France, I mean, I'm already disinterested because it's France. Jesus. From the 10th century onwards, there was a group of outcasts called the Cagots. It was said that they had weird, overgrown earlobes, or no earlobes, depending on place and time. Easily checked, but it was never needed to make sense. But you can just see that they have earlobes, right? Presumably these people did have earlobes. It wasn't like a ritualistic scarring practice or something. That's very weird, that one. Because at least teeth are internal. Like, you can't tell if someone has back teeth by looking at their face, because, you know.
Have historically worked outside the home in greater numbers than white women. White women are portrayed as naturally delicate, motherly, and chaste, but women of colour, and particularly black women, are portrayed as naturally aggressive, domineering, and hypersexual. So much so that Crenshaw points out when black women are raped, they are the least likely to be believed, and also the sentences are usually less than for white.
Jesus fucking Christ. Every time you delve into any race-related crime statistics and stuff, it just becomes so fucking depressing. It becomes so depressing. You see how fucking racist everything is. Cagot. Oh, so it's these people, right. A persecuted minority who lived in the west of France and northern Spain. Then in the Navarrese Pyrenees, the Basque Country, Aragon, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Why were they outcasts? I'm interested now. I don't know why. Representing France in Gascony, France, typically required to live in separate quarters on the outskirts of towns. These hamlets were called... I can't even... whatever the fuck that is. Cagots were shunned and hated with restrictions placed on them. But why were they leading to forced endogamy? The cultural practice of mating, usually in the form of marriage within a specific social group, religious domination. Oh, okay. That's very odd. France, you're odd. That's horrific. Anyway. Has anyone checked to see if Aristotle actually made those claims? Oh, well, I don't fucking know. I know he was a bugger for the bottle, but I don't know about anything else.
Women too. So we really can't understand misogyny unless we're thinking about racism at the same time. I was curious to see whether Sylvia Federici had anything to say about that. So I read another book by her, Caliban and the Witch, which is all about the witch hunts in medieval Europe and North America. I learned that in some pre-colonial societies, indigenous women had power over religion and economic production, and some led anti-colonial resistance movements. So when colonizers came along with their mission to destroy those societies and steal their resources, they had to break the power of women. And how do you do that? Start hunting for witches.
The charge of devil worshipping played a key function in the colonization of the American Aboriginal population. In the New World, witch hunting was a
So she's friends with Anita Sarkeesian, I think is the message I'm getting from this.
Deliberate strategy used by the authorities to instill terror, destroy collective resistance, silence entire communities, and turn their members against each other. It was also a strategy of enclosure, which depending on the context, could be enclosure of land, bodies, or social relations.
As well as achieving the practical aims of colonization, witch hunts also tried to justify it.
Defining the Aboriginal American populations as cannibals, devil worshippers, and sodomites supported the fiction that the conquest
Sodomites! Woo!
was not an unabashed quest for gold and silver, but was a converting mission. It also removed, in the eyes of the world and possibly of the colonizers themselves, any sanction against the atrocities which they would commit against the Indians, thus functioning as a license to kill regardless of what the intended victims might do. Above all, as in Europe, witch hunting was a means of dehumanization, and as such, the paradigmatic form of repression serving to justify enslavement and genocide.
Later on, in the 18th century, witch hunting was used to discipline slaves in the Caribbean. Black women who practiced obeah or voodoo were keeping their own sense of community and history alive, which obviously made it a bit more difficult to enslave them, so they were also persecuted as witches. What is a woman? A scam invented by white people to get free labor. Or, to put it in technical philosophy language, sex/gender can be understood as an economic and socio-political construct that determines people's access to resources. It intersects with race.
Fucking white people, sure.
Race, which does the same thing. And at this point, I thought about my mum. I remembered her telling me when I was little how a man took credit for work that she did, and how it took her many years to get the recognition she deserved. I thought about my parents and everything that they've done for me, and I realized that it's not just race and class that got me where I am, but also the love of my family. I was curious how concepts like gender and race plugged into this idea of family. And since I was already reading about pre-colonial America, I decided to read some indigenous American philosophers. Philosopher Kim Tolbear says that in many pre-colonial societies, land was owned collectively and managed through kinship relations that didn't always fit the European family model. Your kin might include your extended and chosen family, as well as your blood relatives. When colonizers invaded, they imposed the European family structure on indigenous people. For example, saying, from now on, you, Mr. Smith, own this bit of land only, and you are married to Mrs. Smith and no one else. Mrs. Smith owns nothing. Her access to the land only comes through you, and if she has anything bad to say about it, then she's a witch. People had to fit the straight, monogamous Christian ideal of the family to access resources, and if they didn't fit it, they were excluded. And for a moment, I thought, thank God we live in modern times. Oh, wait. This still happens. I came across two random examples. Number one, in the UK, if you're on benefits, you don't claim them as an individual, you claim them as a household, and the money is sent to the account of the highest earner in the household.
Really?
So because women in Britain still generally earn less than men, a lot of straight women on benefits are dependent on their male partners.
That's fucking mad.
Which makes it harder to leave if they are abusive. And remember, race compounds this because women of colour are more likely to live in poverty. So the family still determines who gets access to resources. Example number two, scholar Yasmin Nair looked at lesbian couples trying to immigrate to the USA and realised that it can be easier if one of you is butch and the other one is femme.
Really?
Apparently Uncle
The
Sam's
fuck?
like, which one of you wears the strap? You? Alright, you're in. You're not queer, you're just straight plus a little extra. I also learned that this is becoming more true
Many such
by the
cases.
day. I read this, Family Values by sociologist Melinda Cooper. She points out that the higher tuition fees go, the more students have to rely on the bank of mum and dad. The higher house prices go, the more inheritance and generational wealth affect people's ability to access shelter. There's this idea I've heard before that the last 50 years of economic policy have left everybody atomized and alone, but Cooper says they haven't really. What they've actually done is reinforce traditional hierarchies by elevating the economic importance of the family. And these policies were designed to do that. Economists like Milton Friedman and Gary Becker, who very much shaped the last half-century said explicitly that the welfare state had undermined the natural authority of the family, and by slashing welfare, they would restore the family to its rightful place. When politicians like Ronald Reagan took their ideas public, he said that tuition fees would allow families to exercise their natural authority over rowdy students. It's almost funny. Cooper goes into details showing that under Obama and Bush and Clinton, people said the family is in crisis. And under Reagan, they said the family is in crisis. In the 60s, the family was in crisis. In the early 1900s, people said it. In the years immediately following the American Civil War, people said it. In England in the 1800s, the family was in crisis because giving aid to the poor disconnected the family. In Elizabethan England in 1601, the family was in crisis because the first ever attempt to organize state-distributed welfare supposedly was leading to the breakdown of family
Conservatism hasn't changed in 400 fucking years, man.
values. Every time politicians bring up family values, they're always in crisis, and the solution is always, F them poor people, you're on your own. What is the family? A scam invented by rich people to get free labor. And then I got to thinking, what happens if you fall outside the boundaries of the family? What if your parents disown you, as has happened to some of my friends? What happens if you can't get married or you can't get a mortgage? Well, economists call that precarity. Your access to resources like healthcare, housing, education, and immigration documents becomes precarious.
So far, I've got to say this video is a fucking banger.
Another way of expressing the same thing would be to say that you're queer. Those are all things that LGBTQ people can have trouble doing. In fact, if you are queer, not only will your access to resources likely be more precarious, but you'll probably have to do more unpaid social reproduction too. You have to do things like explain your deal to cishet people, fight to get healthcare, recover from queerphobic abuse, do the admin of changing your legal status. All that stuff has to be done so that you can keep going to work, and it all takes time, energy, and money. I read one philosopher, Zoe Belinsky, who made a great connection between that and the experience of people with disabilities, who also have to do a lot of unpaid work before they can get a job, assuming they can get one. She says that queerness and having a disability are not just identities, they are positions that you occupy within the economy. Queer people and people with disabilities should get some kind of tax break. That's my position, and I'm only like 50% kidding on that? And all of that brings us full circle to my experience. I'm a queer woman. I'm doing relatively well compared to many, but that precarity extends even to me. I had my work stolen. I've had people in the acting industry straight up refuse to work with me because of what I am.
Really?
Even though that's blatantly illegal. Even for a woman
to say that is very illegal, yeah.
All of my privileges, there's no getting away from it. What is queerness? A scam invented by straight people to get free labor. And when I understood that, I felt powerless and angry. But because I'm a woman, I'm not allowed to feel angry, so I just say I'm feeling sad. But I was conscious that I had read a lot of lefty stuff, and I was curious.
Woo!
What would conservative philosophers say about all this?
Shut the fuck up, poor people, is what I'm gonna guess.
So I read them too.
Yeah.
I'd heard the lefty arguments, and I didn't want to be too one-sided, so I decided to also read a conservative British philosopher named Roger Scruton. I think
no, not Scruton. Fucking hell. Okay. Just prepare yourselves.
Scruton is worth knowing, especially now and especially if you're British. In the UK, the Conservative Party have been in power for the last 13 years, and next year we have a general election. At time of recording, a lot of people are predicting the Conservatives will lose, so the big question is, what will they become?
True, the Conservatives will lose, but the Conservatives will also win. Just the red ones.
Once they're out. When I listen to young Conservatives and senior Conservatives trying to preempt this change, a lot of what they say sounds like Roger Scruton. So I think now would be a good time to study him, because this material may be on the test. I read Scruton's book, How to Be a Conservative, and learned that his views about gender, race, and the family fit into his overall picture of society. He says that a society is founded on a feeling of shared identity. For example, the United States Constitution opens with the phrase, "We the people." Well, you can't have a constitution or laws or voting unless you first have a we. And indeed, Scruton draws an analogy between a country and a family.
In families, people often get together to discuss matters of shared concern. There will be many opinions, conflicting counsels, and even factions. But in a happy family, everyone will accept to be bound by the final decision, even if they disagree with it. That is because they have a shared investment in staying together. Something is more important to all of them than their own opinion, and that is the family.
Yeah, but that's only on the basis that there is an equal power dynamic between all the people, which, as previously discussed, is not at all the way in which families operate.
The thing whose welfare and future they have come together to discuss. To put it in another way, the family is part of their identity. It is the thing that does not change as their several opinions alter and conflict. A shared identity takes the sting from disagreement. It is what makes opposition and therefore rational discussion possible, and it is the foundation of any way of life in which compromise rather than dictatorship is the norm. The same is true in politics. There cannot be a society without this experience of membership.
This shared membership, this we, is what conservatives should try to conserve, in Scruton's opinion. And it's found in things like the monarchy.
Scruton is dead. I didn't know that. Yeah, no, he died in 2020. Okay, there you go. Yeah, anyway, he was a cunt. I didn't know he was dead, though, so yeah, can we get some lols in chat? Lovely work. That one slipped past me. Although he's not very well, he's not like a celebrity or anything, so it might not make the news.
Church of England, certain styles of architecture
Pardon
or
me.
art, as well as things like traditional gender roles. Scruton draws heavily on another conservative philosopher named Edmund Burke. So just to flesh this out, I read him too. The idea is...
Have you even read Burke? The only thing I really know Edmund Burke for is his contretemps, if you will, with oh fuck's sake, oh bollocks, about the French Revolution anyway. Yeah.
That traditional values and institutions
Not
may
brains,
not
cunt,
be
is shit.
intellectually justifiable. There might not be a rational reason why we still have a monarchy. But they create that we that is needed for society, and therefore they should be protected from change or criticism. Scruton thinks it's a bad idea to try and change society. It's a wild thing. You can't domesticate it by imposing a top-down plan. He cites a famous right-wing economist called Friedrich Hayek. So I read him too. Hayek says society is a spontaneous order that grows organically. We do need rules, but the rules should safeguard that spontaneous order. So things like welfare, redistributing resources, and social justice, they might sound good, but that's trying to impose a top-down order on a spontaneous system. And in Scruton's telling, that would threaten the shared identity that's the foundation of everything. And so, all that stuff about social constructs and exploitation from Chapter 1, Scruton would say that's completely the wrong approach. In fact, he would say that critiquing institutions like the family and traditional gender roles is...
Who said $5 a month? I never said $5 a month. I never said that at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Madness.
Dangerous. And I found that a little bit odd, because to my mind, critiquing an idea and analysing where it came from isn't necessarily the same thing as tearing it down. But Scruton felt very strongly that it is.
It just looks like she's got a poster on the wall that says $5 a month. Mad. Hang on.
I found a few points in his book and elsewhere where he accused his critics of being satanic or perverse, motivated by virtue signalling.
To be fair, we are, yeah. Badass.
And resentment. And then I found an article by Scruton, which I guess wasn't surprising, but which still hurt a little. It was from 2013, the year that my country legalized gay marriage, and he was very much against that.
Lol.
He said that straight marriage is one of those institutions that forms part of British people's natural and spontaneous sense of identity. And
yeah, tough shit, and you're dead. Plus ratio.
by allowing gay people to get married, we'd be threatening that. And he expands on this in his book.
When marriage is rewritten as a contract between the partners in which future generations have no voice, those laws lose their underlying rationale. Hence, by a series of almost unnoticed changes, allowing ever easier divorce and ever more blatant neglect of children, the state has overseen the gradual undoing of the marriage vow. The bond between husband and wife, like that between parent and child, has a moral nature that is not to be summarized in a free agreement.
Thomas Paine was the person I was trying to fucking think of. I was thinking Thomas Hill, I don't even know who that is.
Gay marriage, it will no longer be a bond across
Thank you,
generations
Scribby.
with the nurture of children as its goal, but a contract for cohabitation, as temporary and feasible as any other such.
I'm glad we've given a shout out to No Justice to MTG, but why now? Also, I don't. How did that even happen? Because I don't see the thing. I'm confused now. Who did that and how? Don't get me wrong. You should all go and follow No Justice to MTG. I'm not annoyed that it happened, but I don't know how it happened or who did it. Thomas Hill the bookies. No, that's William Hill.
Deal.
Hi, I need to quickly break kayfabe here. I've editorialized this story of a research journey to give the video narrative structure and portray a neutral stance on the material, because I genuinely don't want to tell you what to think. However, at a certain point, being neutral would mean you don't get smarter watching this, you get dumber, because I'd be leaving things out. So look, the stuff you just heard from Scruton is really homophobic. I wouldn't be doing my job as an educator if I didn't tell you that. If you claim, as he did, that gay people are less a part of the national community, or that they're incapable of forming intergenerational bonds and nurturing children, then that is false and discriminatory. If you parrot Scruton's
fair
talking
enough.
points in
Non-binary, fair enough. Yeah, cool.
class, people will call you homophobic because it is, and it's important that you know that, so you don't make a fool of yourself. I'm always looking out for you, babes. Okay, back to the story. At this point, I felt like I understood Scruton's position. A man stole my work, and that sucks. It might happen to a lot of women, but trying to understand how my country encourages that kind of behavior might end up threatening the country itself. And having read that, suddenly I understood something that happens to me fairly regularly in my dating life. As all my viewers know, I am single because I'm saving myself for you. As a woman in the public eye, it's important that men believe I'm available lest they feel threatened. However, sometimes I go...
True. That's why I pretend to be single, so everyone thirsts after me. Fact.
Go on dates, and sometimes I go on dates with women. When I hold hands with a woman in Britain, people treat me worse than when I hold hands with a man. Passers-by sometimes give us dirty looks, staff in shops and restaurants are noticeably colder, but the women I date are usually American, because I have a bit of a thing for that. And when my American gal pal...
Well, that's unpatriotic. What's wrong with British lesbians? What's wrong with having some patriotic homosexuality here, please, people? What's... Traitor is what you are. The yummy brummy. Oh no, let's not make that a thing, for the love of God.
Al opens her mouth and they hear her gorgeous accent. Those people visibly
That is a stiff dick of poop.
This is...
She is an Ameriboo. It's true. Thank you, Over the Storm, for gifting a sub to Acriel. Much love.
happened so many times, and Scruton helped me understand why. People's feelings about gender and sexuality overlap with their feelings about their country. Those people must feel...
British lesbians are too busy with card games. Oh, MTG burn. Oh, I'm so old I just stretched and hurt my back. Fucking hell.
On some level, maybe without even realizing, more comfortable with an American being queer than a Brit. Because if a British woman is queer, then I guess...
Yummy brummy teas at the merch. Oh, no. Firstly, I don't do merch. Obviously. And secondly, no. No!
They are somehow implicated. I went in search of other examples of this overlap, and I found one. France legalized gay marriage in 2013. One of the architects of that policy was then Women's Rights Minister Najat Vallaud-Belkacem, and right-wing...
That is an unbelievably French name.
...protesters often brought up the fact that she was born in Morocco to a Muslim family. They called her a new Ayatollah who wants to re-educate our children. So they...
Does she think... Hang on, whoa. Do they think the Ayatollah was pro-gay marriage? Have they tried to woke the Ayatollah? What the fuck is going on? That is properly mental and wrong. A cute woman or non-binary for human has been used many.
Lord Freeters donated $5. Only a $5, my ladies, my lords, my embercrats, every other fortnight, a pittance. What a trivial amount. Oh, I beg of thee, toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, chatters of plenty.
Thank you, Lord Freetooth, you delightful bastard. Hey, Javi. Everyone go and follow Javi Trino on the various platforms on which they operate. Much love to you.
Felt that queerness was foreign. Feelings about gender and family and feelings about the nation, it's all one thing. A very complex web of emotions. Somebody really ought to write a stage play about that. Oh yeah, I did. It's called The Prince. You can see it right now on Nebula. But even though Scruton helped me understand...
On Nebula. There you go.
...that, there was one...
I told you, loads of leftoid people are on Nebula. I'm not. Obviously, I'm not part of the clique. I'm not in the niche.
...thing's still bugging me. He's wrong about history. He says society is a spontaneous order, a shared sense of identity that grew naturally and which therefore shouldn't be directed from the top down. But as we saw in Chapter 1, bringing the institution of the family to North America required a great deal...
No, non-binary, that's what I mean, yeah. In Iran, homosexuality is illegal. So the idea that she was an Ayatollah trying to re-educate people into being gay or whatever, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. You know who never made it onto Nebula? Somerton. True. Also, it looks very much like PhilosophyTube is gonna dick tease us, leave us blue-balled here, and not name the person and ruin their lives. And I, for one, I think that we would be the poorer for it. This person is going to get away with their crimes.
Of top-down violence in the form of colonialism and witch hunts. The 50s kind of Burt Mansley marriage where white women did unpaid work in the home, that didn't just happen naturally. Women used to be barred from certain jobs, as did queer people. We can walk around cities in the UK like Bristol.
Hey, see you later, Wayward Historian. Much love.
And Liverpool, and look at all the beautiful old buildings, and we can have a conversation about architecture and British national identity. But the money that paid for a lot of those old buildings came from slavery, and isn't that the ultimate example of an imposed order? Bottom line, Scruton talks about this sense of British national identity, grounded in history and tradition. But he's making the history up. And then I got to the final chapter of How to Be a Conservative, where he admits it.
Some have a static conception of history, seeing it as the remains of past time which we conserve as a book in which to read about things that have vanished. The test of the book is its accuracy. My father favoured rather a dynamic conception, according to which history is an aspect of the present, a living thing, influencing our projects and also changing under their influence. The past for him was not a book to be read, but a book to be written in.
I don't know how
Let's make shit up. Let's just pretend history was different. Whoop, whoop.
to read that, except as an admission that Scruton isn't bothered about accurate history at all. Just like we saw in Chapter 1. He decided on the politics and made up the facts he needed to justify it. When I realized that's what he was doing, a lot of other things about Roger Scruton suddenly made sense. He wrote a lot of articles in prominent newspapers opposing smoking bans, and there was a scandal when it turned out he'd been paid by tobacco companies to do it.
What a surprise! A corrupt piece of shit.
He fashioned himself as a big architecture critic, but actual architects publicly made fun of him, calling his ideas ludicrous ahistorical fantasies. He was fired from a government job when he made racist comments about Muslims, Chinese people, and spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, all on the same day.
Delightful.
And when I read How to Be a Conservative, I realized those things weren't just incidental. They flowed quite naturally from his philosophy. And at this point, I was a little bit lost. I'd had my work stolen by a man, and I read that woman is an economic construct that facilitates exploitation for a lot of us. Okay. I was sincerely curious what the conservative response to that would be, but if I've read Scruton right, his response is, step 1, ignore reality. What?
Oh yeah, I got my Twitter account locked, by the way. For I think it's like the next 10 hours. So I couldn't even tweet out the thing to this stream, right? On Twitter. Because I got into a little heated discussion with some Zionoids. And I might have told one of them that I hope they cease to be. Yeah. I regret nothing.
What we have are two totally separate conversations about the meaning of gender, work, family, race, and country. I thought about all the conservative politicians and commentators who talk about family values, and all the progressive politicians and commentators who talk back at them, and I realized that everyone is just completely talking past each other. So why? And then I found the final piece of the puzzle, and it changed the way I see my country.
Oh no, yeah, Twitter's shite now, right? But the reason I'm still on Twitter is because it's fun to watch fascist idiots talk shit. Like, that's funny. That's funny to me. Well, not funny, but like, it gives you an understanding of where they're at, you know? And of course the stupid, nonsensical shit that they believe. And that's basically all it's there for now. And it'll die soon, so that'll be fun. Your account has been locked. Yeah, my account hasn't even read lock.
I was hung up on something. Scruton's story about national identity isn't accurate. Traditional values didn't emerge naturally, but some people still prefer his version to the more accurate stuff I learned in Chapter 1. So why? To answer this,
because it's more comfortable.
I looked at an extreme example, hoping things would become clearer if I blew them up really big. I decided to read about some ideas that were really out there, but which had a surprising amount of support from women. So I picked up this. Feminine Fascism by Julie Gottlieb, a history of the British women who joined fascist movements in the 1900s.
Wow, I kind of want to read that book, actually. That seems fucking mental.
I was a bit shocked because they didn't teach me this in school.
Exactly.
But in the run-up to World War II, there were quite a few people in my country who supported Mussolini and Hitler.
Including the British fucking government, literally. Did you know that? The British government, during the First World War, paid Mussolini money to write pro-war stuff. We also gave material aid to Mussolini in his invasion of Abyssinia, which is modern-day nation of Ethiopia. Glad that didn't backfire on the entirety of mankind. Fucking mental.
Exact numbers are hard to know because they often lied to make themselves look bigger, but we're talking tens of thousands. There were several groups, the most prominent of which was the British Union of Fascists, or BUF, led by a man named
Oswald Mosley. I don't know why I said it like that. Oswald Mosley, yeah. There's a picture of him being punched in Manchester. I think it was Manchester. Yep, there he is. He got punched to the fucking ground. Manchester Dubs. Right there. Boom shakalaka.
Stop it. Get some help.
Thank you, Western9, for resubscribing. Don't know why I shouted that. Unnecessary, really, when you think about it. 26 months, much love. Oswald Mosley was a fascist melt. Oh, we've got to play that clip. He's been directly mentioned. We've got to play the Danny Dyer clip.
My East End's full of love, but it sounds like young Harold lived with hate. Everybody down here knows about the Cable Street riot in 1936, when Oswald Mosley and his black shirts, not a boy band, but a bunch of fascist slags, came two-stepping down the street. So here he is, look. Oswald Mosley, the melt.
He was a melt.
Asian community now, but back in the day it was a very Jewish area. And us East Enders, we won't stand for terrorism, so everybody came together and they gave the Nazis a good kicking. And then the old Bill turned up and gave everyone else a good kicking. Feel like I'm banged up. Yeah.
The melt. He was a fucking melt.
Oswald Mosley. The BUF wanted to end democracy. They said that explicitly. And they talked a lot about women. They said they wanted to revivify British masculinity and purge society of weakness and corruption, which they associated with the feminine. They called establishment politicians old ladies and referred to them as misses. Their ideal society was one in which men were in charge and women stayed at home. So they weren't exactly feminists. The BUF blamed Jews for women's problems.
Naturally.
They said if we're being exploited at work, like I was, it must be because our bosses are Jewish. If we're being sexually
which wasn't the case, but okay.
Exploited, that must be the fault of decadent Hollywood media, which in their imagination was made by Jews to weaken the white race. That's bananas! That's not true, but a lot of women joined. In Italy and Germany, fascist governments actually came to power, and you probably already know they weren't very nice to women. Women of colour, women with disabilities, LGBTQ women, Jewish women and Romani women were out, and that's most of us, but even cis-het white able-bodied gals had fewer freedoms. Reproductive rights were rolled back, and they were barred from certain jobs. And you might think that British women would look at that and go, maybe this fascism stuff isn't such a good idea. But the opposite happened. British fascist women visited those countries, came back, and said it was good, actually. Most bizarrely of all.
There are melters in every sphere. Women are not incapable of meltoidiness. That's a word. You can use that, that's free.
Some of the most prominent women members of the BUF were former suffragettes. They fought for the right to vote, then turned around and joined a movement whose explicit goal was to end democracy. And I was like...
Well, that's equality, okay? They only wanted the vote because men had the vote. If no one has the vote, then women don't need the vote. See? Modern problems require modern solutions, people. fucking mad. Absolutely mental.
How? And then I remembered something I'd read long ago. The philosopher Walter Benjamin famously said that fascism...
That's true, Haver, yeah. It's about the reduction in living standards. People turn that way. It's fucked up.
...replaces politics with aesthetics. Instead of letting you control your own life, it gives you the chance to express yourself within very narrow limits. In particular, the chance to express things that liberal society says you shouldn't, like anger, spite, bloodlust, xenophobia, and strength. Fascism sees arguments and reasoning not as ways of engaging with reality, but as ways of asserting your will over others. And if you're used to not getting your way, for example, because you're a woman, then that can be appealing. Instead of thinking through problems like I was trying to do, it gives you something to feel. And Gottlieb says women in the BUF got to feel excited. The 20s in Britain was a pretty shit time to be a woman, and fascism came along with a promise of change, a promise they were never going to fulfill.
You're going to get tortilla chips as a treat? I'm sorry, is my content not a treat enough in and of itself? Non-binary, really, when you think about it. When you actually sit down and think about it, am I not the sweetest of sweet treats? I'm deeply offended.
Because step one was ignore reality and blame weird conspiracies. But that didn't matter, because it felt good. Some upper-class women dabbled in fascism to shock dinner party guests. We have records of high society ladies saying Nazi shit at tea parties to get attention. Some YouTubers still do that.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's the YouTube algorithm, isn't it? Isn't that literally how social media works? I don't know.
When they visited fascist countries, they were like, look how ordered the women's units are when they march past at the rallies. They get to wear uniforms. They get to play sports. That's way better than voting. For a while, Mosley was hailed as a sex symbol, which is bizarre because my man looks like discount Paul Dano.
He is munted. To be fair to the lad, look at him. That is... He is absolute monkfish. To quote the great Frankie Boyle, I'd come on his face just to cover it up.
But people really did treat him like a movie star. These women genuinely thought it was cool to be part of a racist paramilitary working to undermine their own rights. And they were encouraged to think that. Listen to this clip from The Black Shirt, the BUF's weekly newsletter, describing one of their all-female camping trips. Content warning.
Nothing silly or soft about these women. They are nothing if not practical, and no one had better go to the camp and suggest they're nothing. And the happy, carefree way in which they made themselves at home was so refreshing after one has had their fill of the simpering little brats that democracy and Jewish films have produced.
Jesus Christ. Oh... God, that could have been an Elon Musk tweet. Honestly, it really could have done.
Wow. And all that was just the opening offer. The plan for when they won and got to build fascist Britain was that women would be encouraged, not required, just encouraged, to go back to the home, where we could use our natural virtues of caring and motherliness to run the household as unquestioned dictators, just as Mosley would run the nation as unquestioned dictator. Finally, people would have to listen to us, and we would be empowered.
That, honestly, that might be the greatest description of the Riz, if you will, of Oswald Mosley. He looks like a heroin-addicted Mario brother. He really does. It's Crackhead Luigi. That's who he is. He's Crackhead Luigi. Oh. But you know what? This entire stream has been worth it. Just for that. Who said that? Which one of you legends said? Trout with clout. I salute thee. That was a ripper.
To clean up anything degenerate or unwholesome, in particular, anything that might corrupt our precious white darlings.
Women were figured as the guardians of morality, decency, and respectability.
Oh, wow, you had all sorts. You've had fucking Tom Nicholas, Anita Sarkeesian, Ian Danskin. It's an all-star cast in this one.
Of poop.
An all-star cast. Thank you, Fogel, for gifting a sub to the legend that is Trout with Clout. Nice.
Appeals to motherly protectiveness and their fear-mongering drove the anti-Semitic campaign at every turn. In its reaction to the other, feminine fascism transformed motherly love into motherly hate.
I was still hung up on the suffragettes, though. Surely they were smarter than that.
Nope.
Well, Gottlieb says some stuff about the suffragettes that I didn't know. The original suffragettes were very pro-empire. They argued that British women should have the right to vote to represent women in the colonies, like India. But the idea that Indian women should vote for themselves was obviously ridiculous because they're Indian. So when we're talking about the suffragettes, we're already talking about a group of women who thought that most people should not have the...
What is this? We'll always go with a man carrying thing reference. When your favourite YouTuber starts posting anti-SJW content.
Yes, my favorite small YouTuber who only posts obscure content finally uploaded again. I have a lot to talk about today, but first, the elephant in the room. A lot of news has been leaking about the new Virginia-class submarine. I don't know if it's just me, but is this submarine sort of woke now? Don't tell me that isn't a woke-shaped submarine. Trying new stuff, I guess. Sorry, I didn't know the Walt Disney Company is making submarines now. It just looks less penis-shaped now. Am I right? That's a non-binary submarine if I ever seen one. I feel like it looks pretty phallic already. I don't know. Shit is boring, man. I can't bring myself to unsubscribe, though. I've just been watching him for too long. Let's call it what it is. The Kathleen Kennedy submarine, right? I don't know. This pivot seems really random. Like, why is he suddenly... Oh.
True. Be glad that I use my powers for good and not evil. I could work the right-wing grift like a motherfucker. I could do it. I would be the Napoleon of the right.
The right to vote. The ones who joined the BUF...
I mean, technically Napoleon was the Napoleon of the right. You get the idea.
Took the next step and said that although women had won the right to vote, it wasn't going to do us any good because democracy had been corrupted by the Jews. Pure.
Honestly, the Jewish people, for Nazis, Jewish people are like the biggest fucking cope imaginable. Okay? It's just the copiest shit. Every single problem can just be, I stubbed my toe. The Jewish cabal. The Jews did this. Oh, the milk's gone bad. We haven't got any milk. It's gone rotten. The Jew has spoiled the milk. It's just every fucking thing is the Jews did everything. Fuck it. I mean, it could just be that Jewish people just exist. Get over yourselves, you fucking mental cases. Thanks, Jewish Obama. True. Obama was both Kenyan, Muslim, and Jewish at the same time. Fact. But you didn't know that. Jewish spark plugs. Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, hang on. From Four Lions.
Drive.
So these guys are like, they're playing Islamic terrorists, right?
Did you fix this, buddy?
Yeah, I fixed it.
What'd you do it yourself or something?
Yes, I did it myself.
Go, go. Go, go, do this to me. Come on. Fuck it! Did you fix this then, babe? Yes, I fixed it! Did you? The parts are Jewish. What parts in a car are Jewish? Spark plugs? Spark plugs. The Jews invented spark plugs to control global traffic. Right, everybody calm down. We're going to get the wheel. We're going to walk. Right.
Jewish spark plugs. The Jews invented spark plugs. Oh, absolutely love it. That's what I mean. That's basically what they do, right? Everything that goes wrong, it was the Jews. You know.
Coconuts! But I applied my Walter Benjamin and asked, what did fascism make them feel? What did it allow them to express? Gottlieb looks at 3 ex-suffragettes in particular. Mary Richardson, Mary Allen, and Nora Elam. All 3 fought for the right to vote. All 3 subsequently ran for Parliament and lost. They were all older women. They felt that they were owed something, like they'd done good work in the past and hadn't been recognised. Fascism offered them a return to the...
Yeah, I did hear that Destiny got divorced. But, like, unless it becomes, like, relevant, or if he comes at me and I need, like, a slam to put on him or whatever, I'm not going to mention he's divorced because I don't really care. It's not really relevant to me. I don't give a fuck. What was a bigger story, really, in weird right-wing people doing stuff, news? Not right-wing, but, like, you know, Twitch people. Did you see Hunter Avallone? The guy who was in the series, originally in the series for Descent of Manosphere, and then became kind of liberally or whatever, and is now very pro-trans when he was actually very anti-trans. Anyway, he and his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend broke into their house and shot his girlfriend in the leg, and there's video of them like ringing the police, terrified and stuff. And it's on the fucking, it's all on the, yeah, it's fucking wild. And then the guy, apparently, I'm led to believe, the suspect in this case, the guy who shot the girlfriend, shot himself dead as well, which is just fucking mind blowing. Am I the only Twitch streamer who just lives like a kind of boring life? Where it's just like, oh, I go about my day and I do stuff. There's no shootings, there's no fucking divorce, there's no accidentally taking the wrong drug and then freaking out for 3 days. There's none of that. Maybe it is America, yeah, I don't know. Reminds me of the liberal Algerian dude who became a dictator. Is it? Well, I don't know what the fuck that means. Anyway, Ledger Dieman, you should hit the follow button. You should. I believe you can, and I believe you will. So, yeah. I saw that this morning. That was Hunter Avallone. Yeah. Fucking mad shit. No wanking on stream. Oh, see, I can't do anything fun.
Glory days of being rebels. It made them celebrities and gave them access to a lot of eager young women who wanted to hear their stories.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it promised them vindication
victory is
and gave them
Thank
a
you,
platform
Legend. Welcome
from
to
which they could
Kevolution.
criticize other women for being decadent. And so, a bunch of older British women who used to be prominent feminists appropriated suffragette imagery to join a far-right movement working to undermine women's rights because it offered them vindication, community, and a chance to criticize other women. And for a moment, I thought, thank God, we live in modern times. Oh, wait. If you...
Yeah, like, honestly, the depressing aspect of this is not that it happened, because what happened. It's that a lot of the shit that is being brought up here, I could hear fucking politicians saying that now. Fucking Vivek, it rhymes with cake, Ramaswamy, a brown guy running for president in America, was literally saying that white genocide was happening, that white people were being replaced. Motherfucker, who do you think the replacing is who do you think's doing the replacing? You know, when they say white replacement, They mean you. You're the one doing the replacing. You stupid bastard. Fuck me. It's mental. He's a fucking prick. Anyway, so it's the really depressing aspect of it is not that history itself is horrible, which of course is true, but today's also shite. Fuck me, we've literally got genocide happening in fucking Palestine right now. Like when people say, never again, how many fucking genocides have there been since the Holocaust? Fucking loads. Never again. Never again is a massive cope. Doesn't mean a fucking thing if it's never implemented. Fuck's sake.
If you read any mainstream UK media right now, you'll notice it's full of invective aimed at trans people, particularly trans women. A lot of that content is far-right or even neo-Nazi stuff, with a few words changed around, and a lot of the most prominent women writing it call themselves feminists. One or two actually did feminist work in the past. When transphobes hold rallies in the UK, a lot of them wear suffragette colours.
Yeah, the fact that they've taken on the suffragettes as their thing is really interesting. And gross.
Suddenly I felt like I understood my country a lot better. And other countries too.
Don't try and get... Like, Britain is like a fucking... I don't know, a psychopath. Trying to get inside their head. Trying to get inside the head of Britain is probably not a great idea, in all honesty. Probably not fantastic. The chips don't taste good. I can't imagine why. Oh, for Jeez. Thank you, non-binary. I'm not sure I want to put that on screen, but I appreciate the joke. Thank you. Okay. Took me a second to do that, but anyway. Link your thing in chat, Javi. Link your channels in chat. Kenyan government to export casual labourers to Israel. Oh my god. The Kenyan government on Wednesday announced the country would export casual labourers to work in Israeli agricultural field. Well, fuck Kenyan government then. Cunts.
The journalist Cara Vogt wrote a fascinating article in the Washington Post this year about a far-right conference in Texas which told young women that feminism had failed them and they should return to biblical womanhood. And at the time I remember feeling confused, like, how is anyone ever going to fall for that? But one of the overarching themes of the conference was transphobia about women's sports. And that discourse allows young women to express criticism of other women and the desire to win. Suddenly, I felt like I got it. How do you get turkeys to vote for Christmas? You let them watch other turkeys get stuffed.
Basically, yeah. Yeah, link your channel in chat, Javi. It's, yeah, advertise your channel, man.
Have you heard about these arson attacks? It's awful. It says here, the latest in a series of mysterious blazes leaves police and firefighters baffled as they pick through the smoking ruins.
What is it? What?
Of the once beautiful St. Catherine's Refuge for Women, 7 dead. Oh. St. Catherine's Refuge for Vulnerable People. Well, things certainly have changed.
Oh no.
It's been a while since I was in England. I'm a travelling petrol salesman, so I get about all over the place. Berlin, Italy, Hungary, Poland, United States, Tel Aviv. Business is booming. But it's a lonely life, selling flammable chemicals door to door. So I decided to return to the motherland. See the family. There really is no place like home. And I hope you don't mind me saying, English women really are the most beautiful in the world. You're blushing. But it is true. My tongue never lies and my lips never flatter. You know, it's interesting. In my experience, selling...
It's so odd. It's such a weird thing, right? Because obviously we all knew this person under their previous guise. So they're now... Oh, Jesus Christ. Right, so they were a person who outwardly identified as a man, who now outwardly identifies as a woman, pretending to be the man they previously identified as for a bit in their video. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We can do this.
Selling to women is easier than selling to men. Most of my clients are men, but selling to females is so much simpler because you're more intelligent. I don't need to flatter you. You already know the value of a good deal. The petrol I sell burns hot enough to sear flesh from bone in seconds. Just half a can consume 60 or 70 kilos of material. I'm sure you can think of a dozen uses for that kind of firepower because females are naturally creative. Of course, the other reason I came back...
No, I know she's not pretending to be the person she was. She's pretending to be a character she played when she was that person. I mean, the character's got a fucking moustache. Like...
Apart from the pleasure of your company, was to vote. There's an election coming up, and I think women are going to be the deciders. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on it. To my mind, women's issues are at the forefront. I mean, just look at what's going on. Nurses striking, teachers striking, carers striking, all the jobs women want to be doing, ground to a halt by unions. I mean, how can a woman stand on her own 2 feet without being patronized by state handouts?
Yeah, she's now doing trans drag, which is amazing, and I love it, yeah.
If she can't even get a job.
That's dope.
I mean, besides turning up on a dinghy with 5 children in tow, in which case she'll probably get a 5-star hotel. But what about a woman like you, who was born here? What chance do you have? I think this government has utterly failed British women. Oh, you're surprised to hear me say that, are you? No, I see it in your face. That's quite all right. I am often mistaken for a conservative. And truth be told, I have friends who lean that way. But I've always tried to reach out a hand to the salt of the earth, industrious native sons of England. This current crop of conservatives are obsessed with finance. Dirty business, international banking, filthy, corrupting affair. No. Governance should be about security.
Oh, a lovely callback meme from earlier. If you weren't around for that, I'm not going to bother trying to explain it. You either get that reference or you don't. Okay? That's just a fact. Thank you, 255. Much love.
Securing your people. Letting them preserve a future for their families, their children. And who's securing the women of Britain? Women's prisons aren't even safe anymore. If I were a policeman, I'd feel awful sending a woman away in handcuffs. Well, I'd feel awful about the prison part, not necessarily the handcuffs part. Schoolboy joke. You know, that's probably not the sort of thing that you're allowed to say anymore. I'm glad that you still have your sense of humor. The policing of language in this country is beyond parody. I mean, look here. It's not a women's shelter anymore. It's a shelter for vulnerable people. And that's the real tragedy. I mean, the fire was probably electrical. I don't believe all this twaddle about an arsonist, do you? But the name, that's the critical thing. If women can't express yourselves with the word woman, then what do you have? You'll be a gestator, a birthing person?
A bonus hole!
Surrogate. We need.
See, that's ultimately the kind of satire of this point, is that this person burned down the home, but they want you to focus on the name of the home being slightly changed. It's they're doing the substantive damage to your rights while flashing up culture war bullshit to distract you. It's not the most subtle satire in the world, but it is awesome.
Strong women. We need women who aren't afraid to stand up. We need women who can stay cool when the heat is on. Like you. Darling, do you have a match?
That's so sinister and brilliant. That's so clever. God, that's good. Yeah.
I had my work stolen by a man, and I went on a journey to understand it. In Chapter 1, we learned that social constructs, like woman and the family, are also economic constructs. Misogyny tries to justify making women's access to resources precarious, and that has shaped much of the way my country is today, often in far more violent and racialized ways than the comparatively mild form that I experienced. And that's all really good to know, because it's applicable beyond just my case. Maybe that guy didn't steal my work because I'm a woman. Maybe he just does that to everybody. But still, by thinking through what happened to me, I've learned that experiences like that are produced by the kind of society in which we live. In Chapter 2, we saw that there is an alternate response. To refuse to learn anything ever! And in Chapter 3, we saw that that can be appealing, even to the extreme. Rather than confront our oppression, women could feel excitement and superiority as enforcers of oppression against other women.
Well, that's exactly what they do. Divide and conquer is conservatism in its nutshell, right? It's don't try and address. They'll say to poor people, don't bother trying to address your circumstances. Look at that immigrant over there. He's going to take your job. Forgetting, of course, that the immigrant's got even less than you fucking have. And the millionaire that's telling you this bullshit has everything. It's the same shit. The working class person gets the fucking...
I like.
Oh, that's the arsonist again. Yeah, no, I know it's an old character, Lord Fritos, yeah.
That'd be fun. Trouble is, only a tiny number of women can actually do that. Roger Scruton tried to build a movement of British pride and national identity, but I couldn't be a part of that even if I wanted to, because he based it on made-up history to deliberately exclude people like me. This whole journey made me reflect a lot on my country and how I often feel like I'm on the outside of it. I like being from the UK. I think parts of my country are very pretty. I think the people are interesting and complicated. We invented Shakespeare and sea shanties, and the food is much better than anyone will tell you.
When you say we invented Shakespeare, Shakespeare was born here. We didn't make a Shakespeare.
But I'm not allowed to get married the same way a cis woman can without getting permission from a doctor first. And it's a 20-year wait to see that doctor. Even to a woman with all of my privileges, sometimes it doesn't really feel like my country loves me back. And what happens to me is mild cheddar in comparison to the extra-strength cheese awfulness my country inflicts on some women. Scruton would tell me to just ignore all of that, but that doesn't really seem like a good deal. So since I do want to engage with reality, my final question was, what can I do about misogyny? And I'm f***ed if I know. I just got here. I'm not the president of women.
I am.
The president of women is a largely ceremonial role. Rihanna is the incumbent, but she's basically just a figurehead. Way back at the start, I cited a study saying that women do more housework than men. Well, the head researcher on that study had a few recommendations. She said that we need to raise awareness and think more about it. And I
Well, you say, Marcel, I don't know if you've heard the actual thing when you say Shakespeare was made up, wake up, sheeple. That's actually a genuine theory that some people have put forward. And it's not even really like a crazy conspiracy theory. I think it's wrong, by the way. But I don't think it's necessarily, like, it's not Alex Jones tier woo-woo nonsense. Because we don't have exact knowledge of everything about the man, right? So you can do a kind of God of the Gaps type thing with him. And the idea was that the plays that he produced were potentially written by a combination of different writers who made up this William Shakespeare character to be like the figurehead of this new writing thing, especially when it came to writing about specifically like his plays about like the Henrys and Richard III and all of that sort of stuff. Anything controversial that might have been in those plays would be attributed to a person who didn't exist, is the theory behind the fake Shakespeare thing. It's not true. We know enough about the man to know he did exist, but there is a genuine conspiracy theory that is a thing. No one takes those theories on Shakespeare seriously. No, I know, Flynn Minter, I'm not putting it across as this is a thing that anyone in positions of scholarly authority gives a shit about. I'm just saying, for people outside of Britain who maybe didn't know that that was a thing that was out there, it is a thing that's out there. Christopher Marlowe was one of the writers, and Bacon and various other peoples. Anyway, but no, Shakespeare was a real person who really did write. And although he had a big influence on the canon, I'll be honest with you, it's kind of boring for me. Like, I'm not going to deny... Look, I know about his game, okay? I respect his game. It's just not my game.
I hear that sort of thing a lot. You know, raise awareness, have conversations. What are some common myths about women that you wish men understood? Well, gosh, I wish men understood that we have the same number of teeth as they do. And I guess if we just raise
citation needed
awareness of that fact, then misogyny would end. I don't know if that really fits with everything that we've learned. As we saw with the women having fewer teeth thing, ignorance is a bit like CO2. It's pumped out because powerful people benefit from it. And as Roger Scruton showed, sometimes people will just make shit up if it feels good. But because I was thinking about
hang on, 255. This reminds me, remember my dad likes tinned all-day breakfast. I blew one up in a garden fire just to irritate him. Okay, what are we looking at here? You literally did blow one up, okay. Well, thank you for that, 255. I don't know what to do with that information. You blew up a tin of, I mean, technically food. Technically. I wouldn't eat it, but it is technically edible. He is a mad lad, you're quite right.
CO2, I remembered a philosopher called Andreas Malm, who wrote a book about climate change. And he says people have been raising awareness about that one for decades, but politicians still aren't doing nearly enough. So, he asks, at what point do we just sabotage fossil fuel infrastructure with our own hands? Hence the title of his book, How to Blow Up a Pipeline. And I started wondering, how many more women need to be exploited, harassed, assaulted, murdered, before we just sabotage the machinery of patriarchy with our own hands? I mean, what is the feminist equivalent of blowing up a pipeline?
Or blowing up an all-day breakfast. When you think about it. He didn't find it funny. Well, of course he didn't. He's an ex-police officer. And you didn't kill a black person, so why would he find it funny?
I really wish I knew the
For legal reasons, not all police officers like killing black people. Just saying.
answer to that. I do see women taking smaller actions, though. Things that we can do now for ourselves, rather than waiting for an election to solve all of our problems. I'm an actress, and I'm in some group chats for women in the industry that we use to warn each other about predatory men and, where possible, inflict consequences on them.
Nice.
Now, in the UK, less than 2% of rapists end up being charged, and fixing that is going to require state investment. That's not one that the girlies group chat can solve. But when police and prisons don't keep us safe, as they sadly clearly don't, we're
Well, mainly because the police aren't trying. The police are actively part of the problem. The police are the ones doing the violence, in large part. Both domestic abuse, rape, sexual assault, murder. They do this all the fucking time. Police can't be a part of the solution because they are part of the problem, a very significant part of the problem.
Organising to keep ourselves safe. Women of all different races and backgrounds, cis and trans, old and young. I'm also inspired by the British trans community.
Main Captain, are you a British actor or actress? Because if you're not, I'm not sure how you can join that chat with her. That doesn't really make sense. I mean, maybe you are. Maybe you've been pretending to be from Maine this whole time. I don't know.
Our access to resources is often precarious. Things like healthcare, housing, employment, and food can be hard to get, so we share them. We know how to go around the institutions that gatekeep resources so we can get them ourselves. And this is a lesson we've learned in large part from black feminists, who in decades past and still organize their communities to get what they needed with their own hands.
Above all else, our politics initially sprang from the shared belief that black
Do we know who Jordan Harrod is? I don't know that name.
women are inherently valuable, that our liberation is a necessity, not as an adjunct to somebody else's may because of our need as human persons for autonomy. This may seem so obvious as to sound simplistic, but it is apparent that no other ostensibly progressive movement has ever considered our specific...
My goal is complete then. If I can get my audience to yawn, that's what I'm interested in. Honestly, my dream for this channel is to literally put people to sleep. Not put them to sleep, like kill them. To have my entire audience fall asleep. Either through boredom or longevity or whatever, I don't know. But that's what we're after. Teamwork makes the dream work. Hello, Boy Meets Minnie. Everyone go and follow Everyone go and follow Boy Meets Minnie.
Specific oppression as a priority or worked seriously for the ending of that oppression, and merely naming the pejorative stereotypes attributed to black women such as mammy, matriarch, sapphire, whore, bull digger, let alone cataloging the cruel, often murderous...
Bull digger? Bull dagger? What the fuck's a bull dagger? I mean, I'm definitely typing that in off screen. I've never heard that phrase before. Bull digger is a pejorative slang for a very masculine lesbian, which often carries a more racialized meaning when its synonyms... Oh, I'm not even sure I can say that one. Okay. Okay, so yeah, basically it's a queerphobic term for black women. Okay. There you go. Well, I'm glad I've certainly learnt something. Hopefully you have too.
Treatment that we receive indicates how little value has been placed upon our lives during the 4 centuries of bondage in the Western Hemisphere. We realize that the only people who care enough about us to work consistently for our liberation are us. And our politics evolve from a healthy love for ourselves, for our sisters, and for our community, which allows us to continue our struggle and our work.
I became a woman, and then a man stole my work. I'm not going to name him because, without going into details, it all kind of worked out in the end, with a little bit of help from the girls' group chat. It changed the way that I look at my country, and that has felt like letting go of something. But by thinking through it in solidarity...
What did I say? What did I say? Not gonna name. I don't know how that vote thing with the points works. Do they get some sort of reward for guessing right? I don't know. I don't run it, and I have no idea what the fuck to do with it. But there you go.
With other women, I've gained far more than I lost. I learned an important lesson too, which is that I should probably just write my own movies. So I did. And it just got greenlit. I've written a film. It's about two people dealing with the trauma they got from a very bad relationship. It's very thoughtful, it's very artsy, it's very theaterish. Oh, and both of the characters are vampires because their ex is Count Dracula.
Okay, I'm interested. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I always had Dracula down as a bit gay, to be honest, but maybe he's bi.
I pitched it to the network as Euphoria meets Jennifer's Body, and they said yes. I'm gonna be in a movie, and other people are also going to be in it, and I'm not allowed to tell you who they are yet, which is really annoying because I'm really, really excited, but we're making a movie! Future editing Abby here. Since we recorded this, I am now allowed to tell you that our director is Valentina V, incredible filmmaker, and the film got announced in Variety. And it gets better, because we're not just making it for a normal network like Netflix or Disney+, we're making it for Nebula, a streaming service that is owned by the creators on it. So you know how regular networks are owned by venture capitalists and shareholders, and they do things like cancel popular shows or write stuff off for tax breaks because they're owned by people who don't actually create anything? Well, Nebula is not like that. The rights to the shows stay with the creators. I still own The Prince. I will own Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend when it comes out. If I want to make spin-offs or sequels or take it somewhere else, I can. And the platform itself is also owned by us. 50% of the equity in Nebula is distributed between the creators. The other 50% is held by the parent company, Standard, which is also owned by creators. So instead of the profits going to shareholders and venture capitalists, the profits go to the people making the stuff. So if you want to see me in a sexy
pay me to make stuff.
Vampire movie that I wrote, you can—
Let me in! Let me in!
It's gonna be on Nebula, and I would advise getting Nebula now because we have a deal on for December. Rather than get another subscription to another streaming service, the deal is get a lifetime membership. $300
Hello, Dick.
And you get everything on Nebula now and forever. You get to see all of PhilosophyTube early and uncensored. You get to see The Prince. You can see Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend when it comes out. I just finished filming a movie with Nebula that was written by Jessie Earl. Some of you might know her from her lovely YouTube channel. It's a sci-fi story called Identities. It stars Maggie Mae Fish, Jackie Cox, me, and John Delancey. As in John Delancey. If you want to see me in a sci-fi movie with John Delancey, it's coming to Nebula, babes. When you use my sign-up link specifically, nebula.tv/philosophytube, I get a little bit of that money, so you'll be helping me, and therefore you'll be helping everybody on Nebula. And if you do just want to try it out for a bit, if a lifetime membership isn't what you're up for right now, it's $2.50 a month with an annual subscription. So it's a little bit cheaper than Netflix as well. I cannot wait for Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend. I hope that you love it. So from me and the whole Nebula constellation, have a very Merry Christmas.
Okay. So that whole last bit was an ad. Okay, fair enough. There you go. But other than that, an excellent video. Go and follow PhilosophyTube, who is pretty cool. Even if that was just an ad at the end there. Okay, fair enough. Also, it said UK because the EU probably has plenty of laws against that kind of thing. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know any of these things. The chapter did say it was an announcement. I don't look at the chapters. I fly by the seat of my dick. That's how it goes in Kev land. Anyway. What was I going to do? I was going to check who's going on Twitch and all that bollocks. Let's have a look on Twitch. Let's go over. I don't know who that person is. Riverboat Jack. We haven't been over to Riverboat Jack in a while, so I'm going to send you over there. Can I remember how to do this on YouTube? Almost certainly not is the answer, I think. Let's have a look. What do we do? Can anyone remember how to do it on YouTube? This time I've remembered to do it on go live, isn't it? So you go live. Hang on a minute. You go to stream. Yes. And then you edit. And then customize it. They could make this a lot easier. Redirect, add. Who's going? Who is going on Twitch? Not on Twitch, on YouTube. Voosh? Voosh is going, so I'm going to send over YouTube people to Voosh. Adios. There you go. The YouTube people are now gone. Well, yes. Anyway, sorry. I'm fucking rambling now. Right, let's go over to Riverboat Jack, wasn't it? Okay. Go over to Riverboat Jack, say hello, Twitch people. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to No Justice MTG. Go and follow them for the raid and all the rest of it. I'll be back probably tomorrow doing something or other. I don't know. Thank you all for listening and watching. Stay beautiful. Oh, I can't do no password. I've got 10 seconds. Fuck! Anyway. Thank you enormously for all of your support. And I will see thee later. No password.